from 0.46 units to 0.3. That's a significant loss here. On the local plan and the streetscape, yes, it states the streetscape that should be brought forward, but if you walk down King Street, you can see that that streetscape, where it is up to the road, has stopped well before you reach this site. The established streetscape at this end of the King Street is things being pushed back from the road, the block of flats opposite, the Wensum Sports Centre, it's all coming back off the street, opening up. So I don't think that policy is as relevant here as the policies to retain the trees. I'd also just like to raise a quick concern, if I've got a second, about the provision of affordable housing being off the site. Again, there is bodies of evidence that this increases stigma against social housing tenants, that it doesn't help with cohesion of an area, and that... I'll stop. But thank you, I hope you object to this application.
Thank you, Ash. Another Councillor Ben Price, and Ben, you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is quite an interesting application that's been brought to yourselves today. You know, it's noted that there are over 450 objectors for a petition. The loss of the 6 trees can't be justified. We've seen that the local plan obviously supports the inclusion and retention of the trees. But the site allocation plan is out of date. It doesn't fit with the reality of the streetscape in that area. We can't just keep cutting down trees. This council needs to start to really balance the need of supporting biodiversity versus the need of development. Development will come. Development can come at this site. Development can come without the expense of these trees. The fact that there is an 84% net loss biodiversity on the site is travesty, and we can't be sending messages to developers that this is acceptable. The fact that biodiversity credits are going to be offered is a national scheme. There is no guarantee that any of this biodiversity gain, replacement will be arriving here in Norwich. We're at a critical point in terms of biodiversity in Norwich. We have no linked up policies around biodiversity corridors. This is an important part of King Street. This is an important part of biodiversity in the local area, and once it's gone, and we can't replace the maturity of these trees, the biodiversity that they support, with replacement trees. Insects, birds, they won't be able to migrate, they will die, and then you are working with less and less numbers of nature. So the CC8 policy is out of date. It's been pointed out that it should have been changed at the last review. That didn't happen, and that is disappointing. So it is balanced, but I think that the committee needs to weigh in the side of its own local policy and request that the local plan is amended at this site. The buildings are set back, okay? This is not relevant at this part of the site, and I'm sure you've done a site visit in order to see that for yourselves. So I think that really summarises the situation. You do not need to follow the CCI site allocation. You need to support the local plan. You need to retain this mature biodiversity. The tree officer, the ecology officer, has made it clear to you that there is no acceptable replacement. So it is important right now that you start to show the city and you show the wider audience, okay, that you're supporting biodiversity. You're fully justified within your policies to do that today. The developer can come back with less profitable development and develop with those trees. So I strongly recommend that you refuse the application and suggest that the local plan is changed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We also have the agent here, Ian Riley. And you've got 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Ian Riley. I'm the planning agent, and thank you for your time this morning. The King Street store site is obviously a redundant riverside site and has been allocated for redevelopment purposes within the local plan under Policy CC8. Policy CC8 has 3 clear objectives. 1, redevelop the site for a minimum of 20 dwellings. 2, reinstate the historic building out of King Street. And 3, connect the site to the river either through a riverside path or access. Draft Policy CC8 of the GNLP reinforces these objectives, including the loss of the trees, and also highlights that the locally listed structure on site should be retained. As detailed in the committee report, the proposal meets with the adopted emerging policy objectives, and the provision of a riverside footpath has been explored with officers and agreed that retaining the locally listed structure is in preference to delivering the riverside walkway. The development will deliver 20 units in a mix of housing that includes family-sized homes and apartments. This will result in sustainable living opportunities and a dwelling type that is now uncommon in terms of housing delivery in this part of the city, which is generally dominated by flats and apartments. The proposal also reinstates the historic building line at King Street. This has been a key design driver from the outset and has been encouraged from the council. And from our early stages of pre-application engagement, this outcome has been fully accepted. We acknowledge the trees on site. However, it is worth noting that retention of trees would not enable the historic building line to be reinstated, and due to the root protection areas, which sterilise around 50% of the site from redevelopment. Therefore, it would be impossible to deliver the quantum of units required by policy CCA, and highly unlikely that the retention of the locally listed building would be also achieved. As previously stated, the Council has been consistent in its advice from the local plan policy through pre-application and formal application stages. The reinstatement of the historic building line at King Street should be achieved, and it is an absolute priority within any development of the site. As you have noted from the report, there have been many amendments to the scheme as required by officers and consultees. The amendments have resulted in retention of the locally listed building and changes in scale, massing and appearance of the King Street frontage. We have never been requested to change the scheme to accommodate the trees, and despite the TPO being served during the application process and the comments made about the trees, it is disappointing that no party has approached us formally to discuss in any detail the proposals or the reasoning behind them. We have proposed a comprehensive landscaping plan which will introduce habitat-rich planting, including 8 new trees, extensive shrub planting and a feature green wall. There will also be bird and bat boxes installed on site. We will endeavour to work with the Council to identify any further opportunities that might be available, including on the riverbank. As you know from the conditions, we have agreed to provide an off-site biodiversity compensation area. This will be secured prior to commencement of development. The biodiversity offsetting scenario is a new element in the planning regime, and clearly it will be our intention to provide it as close to the site as possible. We are open to discussions with the Council if they consider there to be any appropriate areas close by that would be worthy of this investment. The development would deliver a high quality design outcome, and the committee report details that the scheme is supported by Historic England, the Council's Conservation Design Officer, the Norwich Society and the Broads Authority. Furthermore, we note we have had no objections from many of the statutory consultees. The development would also deliver a policy compliant level of affordable housing. A number of RSLs have been suggested by the Council. We have contacted them all regarding the available units, and disappointingly had very little interest. The applicant is willing to keep speaking with RSLs about various conditions would be discharged to see if there are any beyond the Council's list that have not been approached previously, or if any would be willing to change their minds so that on-site delivery can be achieved. If that does not come to fruition, then the applicant is content to provide the off-site contribution as calculated by the Council, which is around £400,000. The delivery is detailed in the draft 06, which we have ensured is ready now for consideration. The applicant is the site owner and developer. They have invested significantly to get to this stage of the planning process, and they have funding in place to deliver the proposed scheme to its completion. They have a history of delivering complex heritage sites, and some of the recent work has been highly commended by Historic England. The proposal would see the redevelopment of a brownfield site for a mix of housing types and totally in compliance with both the adopted and emerging local plan policies and national guidance to bring forward brownfield sites first. The proposal would see policy CC8 delivered as expected. The local plan policy was adopted at the same time as the DM policies, which are considered to be in conflict with the development, and therefore the issue of tree removal in favour of the reinstatement of the historic building line has been previously considered by this Council and found to be acceptable. Subject to discharging the conditions, delivery will be swift and the outcome will be a high standard. We respectfully request that the application is approved in accordance with the Planning Officer's recommendation, and if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Planners, did you want to come back over anything what was said? Thank you.
I've just got a couple of points to make about what the development plan is. I think there's a little bit of confusion. The development plan is the site allocations plan and the development management policy, so you can't really argue that one is out of date but the other isn't. And also you can't amend the development plan through the consideration of the planning application. Your starting point in determining the planning application has to be the development plan, and that includes policy CC8. And the policy, and I stress not the supporting text, but the policy actually makes specific reference to 20 housing units. It makes specific reference to a minimum of 20 housing units. It then goes on to talk about reinstating the historic street frontage of King Street. So it accepts that the historic frontage of King Street is not necessarily at this point development on the back of the footpath, but it does talk about reinstating the historic street frontage. So, as the report suggests, the suggested set, and this is correct from a legal point of view, your assessment starts with a development plan. And as we say in the report, if you read the general development management policies, there are conflicts in terms of trees, but if you read the site-specific policy, which is CC8, it's silent on the trees, to be honest. It doesn't say whether or not what they contribute, but there is a strong implication that if you do everything that the policy suggests you do, then you can't contain the trees, and that's the position that we've started from. So my main point in saying all of that is that the development plan is CC8 and the DM policies, and that's where you start from. You can't say CC8 is out of date and say that the DM policies are not out of date. You have to look at them in the round. If you find that there are things that have changed since all of those things were adopted that might lead you to a different conclusion, then that's where you can go. But you can't kind of say that one part of the development plan is out of date without kind of looking at the rest of it. Sorry,
Okay, thank you very much. We move on to questions. I'm going to ask one first, if I may. I look like we keep talking about the historic wall. I always believed that was a building, and the rest of the building is gone, which leaves a wall. Is that correct? And where these 6 lime trees would actually be grown inside the building? I mean, how old are they? And when were they? Is there any information when they were put in? Because that looked like they were put in regulated spaces, of course, you know, I mean, all the 6 in an order. So, but I don't believe they were there when I was growing up.
Okay, so the historic wall, I believe you're right that is part of an old building. There you go, along the site, which is why it's put windows in it. And historically, the building frontage was against the street there. This site used to be used for a brewery. With regard to the age of the trees, I don't know the age of them, and I believe they're self-set, but they are, 5 of them are category B trees, which, so A being the highest level of health, and 5 of them are category B, and I think the remainder is a category C.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maxwell?
Given the possible age of them and being self-seeded, would they survive the building works? Or would they be involuntary demolished? Do we know anything about that?
They'd have to be demolished they'd have to be removed to facilitate the schemes before you.
I've got Councillor Burghardt and Councillor Lovick.
I'd just like to pick up on the explanation that David gave, just so I'm clear how CC8 actually relates to the DM policies and how set in stone things are. So as far as I understand, the requirements named, because the river path is a requirement in CC8 as well, which clearly here was, you know, deemed to not be as important as retaining the building. So clearly there is consideration between all of this. So that's my first question: how far there is consideration around this, and whether there's any hierarchy in all of this. And then my second one is, you mentioned that if things have, so this is the starting point, and if things have moved on from the starting point, which they clearly have, I think, you know, if we were to rewrite a local policy now, we obviously would have to end with the new requirements on the environment within the planning system coming out. We would need to at least consider or explain why it would be deemed acceptable that 6 trees are lost in that policy. So is that a moving on that can be taken into consideration? I'm just trying to get a bit more clarity around the clear conflict in policies we have, and to me it doesn't seem like it's as set in stone, that historical building front, because other things are not set in stone within the CC8 as well and have been abandoned for what is deemed, and I guess that's our job, you know, to make those weighing up.
Just a question, Councillor, not
yes.
statements about
but you see what I mean. I'm trying
to. David?
Yeah, it's probably slightly easier to answer your second question first, so I'll try and do that. Yeah, things have moved on. I think the, and as I said, if you wanted to re-look at CC8 and what it says, you'd rather than deciding that you were going to ignore CC8, you'd have to kind of look at other policies that have changed that might kind of give extra weight to, for example, the trees. The caveat that I'm going to add to that, and the planning agent kind of referred to that, the GNLP, which is going into its consultation stage, does contain a very similar policy to the one that's in the current development plan and talks about. So it's almost exactly the same. That's not the adopted development plan, but it does kind of reflect where the policy background is heading, and as committees not actually involved in drafting those policies, there's a separation. But that is where the policy is heading at the moment. You're not bound by that at the moment because it isn't the development plan, so you do have a bit more freedom to come to a different conclusion than the emerging local plan, because of its relatively early stage. But you have to find reasons to do that. They might be reflected in national policy. Well, that's probably the better place to look for them in national planning policy if you were looking to place different emphasis on the context for the site. Whether or not there's a hierarchy in what is most important in the existing policy, there isn't in effect. I mean, but there is a balancing exercise to be done when you're looking at the site in terms of what is that, what can be achieved, and in particular here, with regard to the riverside walk and the retention of the locally listed building, there's a degree of incompatibility between those two elements, unless you're kind of going to invest in something that's particularly expensive. There's also, as the report says, there's a walk on the other side of the building, on the other side of the river, which is available and accessible by the Norwich Friendship Bridge. So we took the view that in this instance we couldn't necessarily provide the riverside walk and retain the locally listed building, but there isn't necessarily a hierarchy. It's a matter of judgment, to be honest, on that, in that respect. And it was in our judgment, in officers' judgment, it came down to the practicalities of providing the riverside walk and actually what it would deliver in terms of public benefit. Because obviously you've got the sports centre to the north and you can't actually provide a riverside walk at that point. And then you've also got buildings like the waterfront, where you can't actually, I mean, that's things locally listed buildings, so you probably wouldn't want to be looking at moving that to provide a continuation of the riverside walk. So we did carry out a degree of weighing in the balance in terms of the riverside walk.
Thank you, Councillor Lovett.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I, presumably there was compromise because, and a second application, because the retention of the warehouse was thought to be of value. But that isn't in the local plan whatsoever, presumably.
It is, yes.
But not in CC8.
Yes, it is.
Right. Anyway, there has been a degree of compromise. Would it be possible to look at the site and make 20 dwellings, obviously not with this application, but with smaller dwellings, and how sort of fixed is 20 dwellings? I mean, could you not look at the site and have a more dense development, as is the ferry boat site? I mean, that's much taller buildings there, and it is along the riverfront. Most of the buildings, certainly, is it upriver or downriver, towards the bridge and the sea, as it were, they're much taller, those buildings along there, and one does expect, yes, the Watling areas, the new buildings on the Carrow Road side, they're much taller, and you do expect tall buildings along river frontage. This site could deliver 20 dwellings, but not four-bedroom house and three-bedroom houses and so on. So there could be a compromise on the site, and still give you 20 dwellings. And while I'm speaking, can I just say that I was absolutely astounded to see the highways comment. Their idea of creating more parking space would be to get rid of the green space of the gardens. Do we have? I mean, if that is correct, is there any way of just telling the Highways Authority that that's not what we're about? We're not about getting rid of green open space for the residents in preference to a parking space. And thirdly, was this site ever considered as a car-free development, which again would deliver 20 but retain the trees, possibly, but without any car parking spaces? So really the question is, are there other ways of developing this site to give you 20 dwellings, if that's the really fixed sum, without other than the current one?
I think that was a really good discussion, so I think we'll move on to discussions and take that with that part. Can you? Well, I just thought we could put a couple of tall box on there and you get more than 20, wouldn't you? Yes.
Sorry, can I just clarify something that said to Councillor Lowick about the unlisted warehouse? It's not in the policy where there is an expansion text. That was my area.
Well, I just wanted to add, to respond to that whilst it might be useful in your minds to think about whether there would be an alternative development which would achieve the policy aims, etc., we obviously need to be considering the application that's before us today and thinking about whether we think that this is an appropriate form of development. So that's not something that we're necessarily going to discuss, but is worth bearing in mind.
Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to ask whether the TPOs on the trees in January are now considered a material consideration. And secondly, to ask whether there have been objections to this policy in the Greater Norwich Local Plan submitted recently. In fact, could there be changes to policy CC8 in the light of that? Were this policy not to be approved today?
Can I take that last point? I mean, the short answer is I don't know whether there have been any objections to the proposal to effectively roll forward the wording for whatever CC8 becomes. And it is possible that the wording of the policy that goes into the GNLP will be different, but I come back to the point that it's the policy that's in the Norwich Local Plan 2014 that's the starting point for the assessment. So, whilst the GNLP gives an indication as to where the policy is going, as I said in response to Councillor Pogar's question, you're not beholden to that policy. What you are beholden to is policy CC8, and then, as I said, you need to look at whether there's been things that have happened since that was adopted in 2014 that would cause you to come to a different conclusion if you're minded to. Sorry, there was a subsequent
in terms of, yes, material considerations, of actually the TPOs become material consideration now in relation to CCA.
The trees themselves are, the presence of the trees themselves and their loss is a material consideration. The TPO confirms that they have an amenity value to the street scene. But in a way, that's kind of something that we knew anyway. They're in a conservation area. The trees couldn't be removed without an application for tree works in a conservation area. Just to stress that at no point in time has the current applicant actually indicated that they would remove the trees in advance of any permission. So the TPO is capable of material consideration, but as I say, regardless of whether or not there's a TPO on those trees, you would still be kind of here asking the same questions about whether or not the trees could be removed.
Mr. Callum, what come back?
Well, the CCA as drafted makes assumptions about the tree. It seems that they're going to be. Yes, the CCA as drafted makes assumptions about the trees. Presumably, it seems that they were going to be removed. But you're saying actually there's some ambiguity there in relation to their amenity value, which has now obviously been confirmed by the TPOs, which, as you say, confirms that they're a material consideration.
I'm not saying, no, I'm not saying that. The trees have a value whether or not there's a TPO on them anyway. The wording of CC8 is the starting point for your assessment. The presence or absence of a TPO would not mean that you didn't have to consider the loss of the trees, given the objections that have been raised.
Councillor Bernard?
You have to help me out here because I'm not up to date with all of the changes to the National Planning Policy Framework, but I believe there was a change in July to the framework, which I think so that one of the changes is in relation to new streets, that they have to be framed by trees, but that clearly gives us an indication of the importance of street trees under the planning framework. The other changes are that development have to improve the environment, mitigate climate change and adapt to climate change. Is that a policy we can take into account, this change that has actually taken place only in July this year?
Your answer to that question is yes, it is.
Any other questions by anyone? Councillor Johns?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Firstly, in relation to affordable housing, the housing development team said it would have been preferable for viability testing to be carried out, and you've said in response to that wouldn't be necessary because of the Section 106 agreement that's been secured. And secondly, with regards to the conflict between CCA and DN6 and 7, and indeed the supplementary planning document on affordable housing, you've said that CCA is given greater weight because it's site-specific, which I understand. But what is the legal authority for providing more weight on site-specific site allocation plans? Is that set out in legislation or case law that, as planning authorities, we should do that, or is that something we can determine as a committee? Thanks.
I think you have to bear in mind that the development management policies and the site allocation policies went through exactly the same process, and they were agreed and adopted at the same time and became the development plans exactly the same time. So if the council, as the local planning authority, has adopted a site-specific policy that arguably conflicts with some of the general development management policies, it will be arguably nonsensical of the local planning authority to set aside the content of the site-specific policy in preference to the general DM policies. That just wouldn't, to my mind, that just wouldn't make sense, unless, as I say, there's something that's changed between the adoption of that site-specific policy and the time at which you're making the decision.
Is there any actual authority in primary legislation or case law which says that we should do that?
I'm not sure whether there's actually any case law that I can think of off the top of my head, but I think you have to, if that's a route you're kind of considering going down, you have to put yourself in the mind of the, if I can put words into your mouth, if you're saying, can we attach more weight to the general DM policies than to the site allocation, I would suggest it's actually the other way around, because it just doesn't make sense otherwise. And we'd have to, if maybe taking the lead, but if the application was refused on that basis, the obvious question that would be put at appeal is why? Why did you choose to put weight on the DM policies rather than your site-specific policies? If you can answer that question, then fair enough. But I can't answer that question for you at this point in time, because to flip the priorities round, and to my mind, as a plan, doesn't make sense.
Councillor, we couldn't hear that.
Apologies, I was just asking David if he could respond to my first question as well.
Thanks.
Yeah, so your first question was about affordable housing and whether it could be, and the comments of the development team. So just to clarify, the affordable housing being proposed here is policy compliant. So there are vacant buildings on the site which are taken into account in the calculation of how many affordable dwellings need to be provided. If the debate is ongoing about whether that affordable housing is going to be provided on-site or via an off-site commuted sum. If it's on-site, it would be 3 dwellings. If it's via an off-site commuted sum, it would be £407,000.
And just to clarify, if it's via a commuted sum rather than on-site, that never requires viability testing, is that correct?
So because it's policy compliant, there's no need to revisit that at a later date because it would never be able to increase. If they were proposing at this stage to provide less because of viability, then we would require viability testing during the course of development.
Okay, have we got any more questions? Councillor Stookley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. The agent indicated that they'd not been asked to consider development that included the trees. Can you confirm this and explain why, please?
I think the point that the agent was making is no other parties had actually approached them about retention of the trees. I mean, we've made the point to the agent that that there obviously are objections to the loss of the trees, but no, we haven't actually pushed them on that particular point because of what the policy says on it.
And just to add that whilst we haven't necessarily required them to retain the trees, we have pushed them on the requirement to compensate for that loss, and accepting that the CCA allows for the trees to be felled. What are they going to do to compensate for that?
Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Chair. A sum of, £407,000 was mentioned as a commuted sum to account for the loss of 3 affordable dwellings on the site. That amounts to, if it's 3 affordable dwellings, £135,000 each. Assuming we had 3 suitable sites already owned by City Council, can we build homes at £135,000 each?
I mean, the calculation for the affordable sum is actually set out in the council's supplementary planning document on affordable housing. So that figure's been calculated on the basis of that and in agreement with our colleagues in our housing team. So they're happy that that's a policy compliant site.
Okay, I think we've gone.
They may be happy with it, but can they build a home for £135,000? That's my question.
I can't answer that question specifically, but all I can say is that's a policy compliant figure. We can't ask for more than that.
I believe, if there are no more questions, we'll move on to discussions, but before that, we're now going to stop for Remembrance Day at 11 o'clock. I think we've got about 1 or 2 minutes before.
If people want to go outside on the steps, they're welcome to do that.
Okay.
And we'll reconvene. We've got to collect some people.
Yeah, if we can reconvene at 15:15, because we need to go outside, pick some more people up for the next item on the agenda, which we're a bit behind with now.
I think just for information as well, that the fire alarm will sound to mark the start of the 2-minute silence.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
People are welcome to go out onto the steps if they want to. There's make that available.
Everyone, we will restart the meeting. We're now moving on to discussions, but before we do that, I'll remove the recommendation. The recommendation is to approve. We've got a second for that. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Discussions, anyone? Councillor Berger.
So I think it's for me, it's kind of the problem is the conflict between the CC8 and our planning policies, our local policies and our national planning policies about retaining trees and adapting to and mitigating climate change are in a clear conflict here. And I would cite the changes to the national planning framework as a reason that things have moved on since, the DM policies and the CC8 have been adopted at the same time. And I actually just looked it up, and the new changes that have come in July say that existing trees should be maintained wherever possible. So for that reason, and I think that gives us, when before it maybe was a balance between conflicting policies, now that gives us a way forward of saying, things have changed, and clearly the national planning framework has quite dramatically changed in putting more emphasis on street trees in many respects, and in putting more emphasis on biodiversity and climate change mitigation and adaptation, which gives us a strong case, in my opinion, to object to the application.
Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Chair. I echo some of the thoughts of Councillor Bogan there. Biocredits, I mean, these could be spent anywhere, like Norwich could be on the peat marshes up on the Yorkshire Moor or something. There's no saying where this would happen, if it would happen. The loss of biodiversity, no gain in access to the riverfront, no significant affordable homes on 30% on 20 homes. I'll make that 6 homes, and yet we've got a commuted sum for only 3. And the creation of what appears to be a gated community. To me, it smacks of exclusivity, not inclusivity. And we've had this argument before about people being excluded from parts of the city. I don't think it's a very well thought out scheme. I think it could be a lot better, and I don't think I can support this.
David.
Well, I think Laura was just about to pick up the point. Just some points of clarification in terms of what Councillor Sands has just said, please.
So firstly, on the affordable housing, that is policy compliant because of the vacant building credit that we have to apply. So the fact that there are vacant warehouses allows the amount of affordable housing required to be reduced. That's not something that we can legitimately say is a reason for refusal. And then the second point, there are no gates to this development, so it's not gated.
Can I come back on that, please, Chair? It says on, let me see, I can't find it now. Oh yeah, here we are. Paragraph 54, page 24, it is strongly recommended that this access is restricted to residents only, as open access indicates security measures indicated, and talks about the installation of gates. To me, that seems to be a gated community.
Those are the comments of the police, the Norfolk Constabulary, who were requesting gates.
Okay, I'm going to support this. I'm not a great favour of posh places by rivers and people coming in from other places to live there. But I do believe that this site has been abandoned for a long time. There's other sites in Norwich as well which have been abandoned, and these trees do actually grow. So I actually put pressure on this council not to build anywhere because there's trees growing. And if we go through that policy, we're going to be in a really bad situation where we won't be able to build anywhere sooner or later because there's self-seeding trees. Now, these trees were never there when the buildings were up and about. I mean, that was a working building, so there's definitely no trees inside it when that was a brewery years ago. So I believe that we need accommodation in the city. We need this kind of accommodation in the city as well. And I'd rather see people living inside houses than I would do on the streets at night, where we can afford to put buildings and housing up. So I will be voting in favour of this. And I knew the hands would go up. Councillor Lowick?
Yes, I don't think in any way anyone is anti-development. It's just a question of development going hand in hand with nature. And we know that that is essential today. And if you ignore nature, then what's the point of the development? Because we won't be here to actually enjoy that development. Because without the nature, I think we're sunk, aren't we? So I think if we've heard nothing from COP26 in the last sort of week or 10 days, we have heard that we need to preserve the natural environment that we've got. And we need to add to that. So I couldn't, in all consciousness, come here today and say, yes, take those 6 trees down and let's have the 20 dwellings. But what we can say is, let's keep the 6 trees and we can still have the 20 dwellings, but not as they are proposed today. And if negotiations had started some time ago, with those perhaps trees in mind to be retained, there might have been compromise over the reinstating the historic wall. There might have been compromise over the height of the buildings. There is room for compromise, and I think we can have both. And I mean, 494 people signing the petition. The people who live in King Street, the people of the city, the people of the county, and you can go on, the people of the world. We cannot, in all consciousness today, say, just take those trees down. Whether or not they were planted or just randomly self-seeded, it doesn't matter. They're a nice row of trees, they enhance the area, and they do all the other things that we know that trees do. So it's a question of conscience, and I know we've got this difficult situation with the CC8 and the DM6s and 3s and 7s, but I think we have to say that circumstances have changed since 2014. And whether or not a mistake was made when somebody looked at this piece of land and didn't give the trees any weight, it's easily done, but certainly since 2014, circumstances have changed, and we now must look to, I think Councillor Bergline said, the national planning policy framework and the latest information in that. And hopefully that's the way we'll go, and we'll see this brought back with a different development proposal, but including those trees that are so vital.
Okay, David, you want to come?
Yeah, thank you. I meant to kind of add this in my response to Councillor Sanzani and Councillor Bogan. Biodiversity net gain and the use of biodiversity credits through the credit system is an approach advocated in the planning practice guidance to the NPPF. So that in and of it, I hear what members are saying about the fact that they could in theory be kind of used anywhere in the country if we were unable to find sites either specific to Norwich or within Norfolk. But they in themselves are an approach advocated in planning practice guidance. But what the planning practice guidance does do is, and I'm looking to Laura's confirm this because we had a conversation about it this morning, is it advocates the avoidance of the loss of biodiversity in the first instance, then on-site compensation, and then biodiversity credits. So there is a change in emphasis, but the proposal, I think in terms of the scheme that is being proposed and the view that we've taken on CC8, the use of biodiversity credits is not in and of itself a contrary to policy. You might find other things in their approach that are in relation to biodiversity net gain, but that part isn't.
Councillor Champion and then Councillor Giles.
According to the Office of National Statistics, this area of Thorpe Hamlet and this area of Norwich has got the least access to green space of anywhere in the city. And as a direct result of this, I would say that the trees should be given even more weight than we would normally give trees. There's lots of people who don't have access to garden space in that area, and so therefore I think that should be an area of consideration.
Councillor Charles?
Thanks, Chair. And I know the officers have made some points of clarification. I was wondering if I could ask for a point of clarification on something. Is that allowed?
Yeah.
David responded about paragraph 74 of the MPPF. Sandra mentioned a new paragraph, different paragraph of the MPPF. It was in place from July, and I wondered if Sandra knew which paragraph that was, and if David and Laura can respond on the implications of that.
So the paragraph that Sandra Bergline is referring to is paragraph 131 of the MPPF as published earlier this year, and it is specifically about trees. It refers to new trees being required in new developments, but also about the retention of trees wherever possible.
Councillor Stooby.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief because most of the comments I might have said have been made. There's no justification for removing these trees for this particular development where another option is available to keep them and maintain the number of units. So I shall be voting against.
Councillor Carlo?
The trees look to me as though they've been deliberately planted. They're very evenly spaced and they're all one variety, and I don't think that they're self-seeded trees, but in a sense that's by the by. But since 2014, there's been a considerable change in the policy framework. We have had the 25-year environment plan, we've got the Environment Act, and we've got the NPPF, all now giving greater weight to nature conservation in urban areas, the importance of tree planting, and that's because it's recognised now that the UK has become one of the most nature depleted countries in the world. And you can see why that is. It's reflected in the King Street area, in the new developments, along the river, the Geoffrey Watling Way. What the council has done through its new development has created a very hostile environment to nature. And we need to retain every scrap of nature that we can. And the idea of putting in swift and bat boxes defeats the object when you're cutting down the major food sources. Because if you've got no food, you've got no insects, then you've got no swifts and you've got no bats. But that's happening really along the river. When you look along the river now, you've got it's packed with hard surfaces and no planting whatsoever. That's right away along the river. I find it very, very depressing. I find King Street now, the upper end, or the lower end really, Rural Road area and beyond, very depressing. When you look from the junction of Rural Road and King Street, you see the value of those trees. In my view, that they trump the historic tree, how it's historic building line. But you have to put the historic building line into context as well, because when King Street was becoming built up, in fact it was part of a city where there were extensive orchards, green spaces, gardens and so on, and now we've built on virtually every scrap of land in Norwich, bar a few green spaces, especially in the city centre. So I say that we keep those trees, and as Councillor Lubbock has said, it is possible to develop that site with 20 dwellings if we have 1 and 2 bedroom flats and an absolute minimal amount of car parking, instead of which we've got grand townhouses with parking, and so I will be voting against this application.
Thank you. Anyone else? I can see that the recommendation is gone to fall by the sounds of it, so someone better get ready to put another one in place.
You can always withdraw.
I will withdraw the recommendation to approve, but I need a recommendation to put into place to be voted on it. I've got Councillor Bergline and Councillor Sands.
My recommendation is to vote against And on the grounds, so I think there's several grounds. So one is on the grounds of our tree policy, which coincides with the changes in the national planning policy framework. So that's on trees specifically, but also on amenity. I don't know, you will have to advise me again, but I think something else that has changed is that there's obviously been a number of new developments along King Street, and I know that as part of these developments we have had numerous conversations whether street trees can actually be planted, and the advice is that it's not possible along King Street because there's underlying it's kind of the you know, I don't know what there's underlying structures that for that reason. And I know that therefore trees in pots have been discussed as well. So clearly the desire for street trees as an amenity measure is there because it has been a discussion of several developments. I don't know if that's something that we can take into account, but I'd like to take that as a second reason for voting against the amenity issue in relation to the trees.
Have we got a seconder for that? Thank you. One or two hands went up there.
Sorry, Chair, I need a name seconder. Councillor Lambert.
Councillor Sayers, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'd like to support what Councillor Bodine has said, and to me it seems to be overdevelopment of the site, or rather the wrong kind of development, loss of amenity, and significant loss of biodiversity in an area which is already quite substantially depleted.
Actually, yes, can we add biodiversity as well? Again, for the reason that the National Planning Policy Framework has moved on with its significance of biodiversity. So,
David?
Thank you. If I can maybe kind of interpret those into planning speak, I think I understand what you're saying. Well, okay. We need to be a little bit careful about amenity. Because amenity can mean a lot of things. It can mean overshadowing, it can mean loss of outlook, and various things like that. But what I think you're talking about is the amenity provided to King Street generally in terms of its townscape and its character. Yeah. I would suggest that if members are feeling minded to refuse the application, there's probably two reasons for refusal. One is the loss of the trees and the consequent impact on amenity, which is given greater weight by the amendments to the National Planning Policy Framework. So that kind of rolls two into one. The second is biodiversity, and that the development is, given the steps set out in the planning practice guidance and the requirements of the NPPF, which have been adopted since CCA was published, the scheme should be focusing more on-site, on either preserving biodiversity on-site or compensating on-site, rather than going straight to the biodiversity credits. That seems, could that capture it? Two reasons for refusal.
Councillor Charles?
Thank you, Chair. I don't take voting against any planning decision lightly, but in these circumstances, I don't think the benefits of the scheme outweigh the negatives, and I agree with the reasons that have been given by other councillors. Can we take into account the fact that our expert officers don't believe that the compensatory measures proposed on site by the applicant are deliverable?
So the compensatory planting that's shown on this plan here, you're right that has been picked up by the landscape officer as potentially not being deliverable. However, the biodiversity metric that has been calculated, the off-site compensation is actually a 27% gain overall. So I don't think the compensation that's proposed here on site is sort of negligible in the grand scheme of things, and it wouldn't be reasonable for us to say that would have been essential for the biodiversity net gain.
What I do think that points to is the hierarchy of preserving compensation on site and then compensation off site, and yet the planting doesn't deliver compensation on site. Fair enough.
We need to move on. At least, have we got enough reasons to, if they vote, to turn this down? Don't?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Did you want to add some more, Councillor Lovett?
Yes, I was just going to say, is there any point in talking about the maturity of the trees, that any replacement? I mean, we haven't talked about how old these trees might be, but they are sort of I think it's in the report it says semi-mature. The maturity of these trees, any replanting, well, it would have to be a lot of smaller trees, but it's the size of the trees in this location really that's so important.
And I think that would be captured in the points in the first reason for refusal about amenity and streetscape and the size of the trees and the contribution they make to that. It would also need to be reflected in the biodiversity metric as well.
David, can I just ask, by rolling the two reasons into one, are we losing, because obviously trees are not only important in the sense of the amenity, but does that include things like air quality, biodiversity corridors? Is that all captured? I just want to make it as watertight as possible.
I think the issue about air quality was because the number of trees, there's a comeback on this, because the number of trees on the site is relatively small, that's not a particularly strong reason for refusal on this site. The stronger reason is the greater emphasis on the retention of trees in the NPPF.
But that's obviously for the reason, including climate change mitigation and adaptation. So I'd just like to make sure that we're not focusing on, the local community purely for whatever leisure, aesthetic, mental health, well-being, but also for the actual trees themselves as well. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we have the reasons and a motion to refuse.
Chair, could I ask, do we just need to repeat those reasons, because we've had some debate? I just want to make absolute clarity. And also, the usual recommendation is to ask the planning officers to put the reasons in planning terms subsequent, so that's part of the motion.
Yes. So, okay, David, you do that when you remember what it said.
The loss of the trees is contrary to paragraph 131 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which has been adopted since the policy CCA was adopted, and places greater emphasis on the retention of trees generally, and then we'll need to capture the various reasons for that NPPF paragraph. And then the second reason for refusal is that the loss of the biodiversity on site and the proposed manner in which compensation is treated is contrary to, and we'll need to find the correct paragraph of the NPPF, which refers to biodiversity net gain, and the paragraphs of the planning practice guidance, which refers to the principle of avoiding the loss, on-site compensation, and then moving to credits, off-site credits and compensation.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. We'll move on to discussion for that now. Does anyone want to say anything before we move to the vote? No? Okay, we'll go straight to the vote. Unless you want to carry on, Councillor Callan.
I just wanted to, what I point about the streetscape of is it worth adding a point about the streetscape of King Street as well?
I think we give red on it.
Well, I think the first reason for refusal does that. Well, sorry, what's the point about the streetscape? Is it the contribution that the trees make to the streetscape? Yeah, that'll be caught in the first reason for refusal.
Okay, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation to refuse, please show.
Chair, will be recorded votes. I'll call members' names as they vote. Councillor Peake voting for refusal. Councillor Giles. Councillor Everett. Councillor Bogerline. Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Carlow. Councillor Champion. Councillor Lubbock. Councillor Stukeley. Councillor Thomas. And Councillor Sands.
One against.
And those voting in favour of refusal, those voting against refusal are Councillors Driver, and those abstaining.
Everyone's voted.
Everyone's voted, thank you.
Okay, so that's been approved for refusal. Thank you very much. We move on now to the second item, probably just give people a chance to move in and out of the council chamber.
Or one of my colleagues will, and then I need to put forward.
We now move on to item 2, which is 4B, so the surface car park at Roads Lane, as temporary town licence. The price includes auditorium space. If I could ask our planner to take us through the report. Robert, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The site is a former car park between Rose Lane and Mountergate in the city centre, and the application is for a building to enclose a temporary entertainment and leisure venue within it. So if we just take a look at the actual site itself, just to orientate yourselves, that's Rose Lane in that location there, and that is Mountergate to the south in that location. The building immediately to the north is the Union Building, which has offices and also the rooftop gardens bar at the top. There is the recently constructed Rose Lane multi-storey car park in this location. There's a Grade 2 listed Tudor Hall next door to the site in that location there. And there are residential properties within Tudor Hall. There's also residential properties in Murrells Court to the west and Parmentergate Court to the south. There's also further residential properties within Imperial House, which was an office block that has been converted to flats. The actual application site sits within this area. It was formerly the site of a large multi-storey car park that was demolished just under 20 years ago, and since then it's been used as a surface car park and also as a council depot. It's currently vacant. And just to take a look at the actual proposal, so the actual building would be located at the northern end of the site, quite close to the Union Building, quite close to Tudor Hall. The main pedestrian and visitor access would be from Rose Lane and Bolton Street in this location here. And the main service access point for deliveries and waste collections, etc., would be used via Mountergate and existing vehicle access in this location here. The building itself would be located on the top of an existing concrete podium. There would be bin storage in that location there, but there would be no public access to the external areas. It should be noted that it was originally proposed to have a number of external activities as part of this proposal, so that included a beer garden in this location, some fairground rides up here, and some market stalls, a kind of avenue of market stalls in the main driveway from Mountergate. All of the external activities have been taken out from the proposal following discussions with the applicant during the application process. And the application before us today is purely for the building, and the venue would be within the building. This slide shows some longer range views of the actual proposed building sitting within the built environment. So the top slide shows the view from the west, and you've got the Union Building in this location. Rose Lane is where the cursor is. The proposed building is here, and it would be enclosed by a number of shipping containers as part of the proposal that would also form part of the actual venue itself. They would be where the food traders and things like that would set up within, but that would all be accessed internally. And then to the other side you've got some trees, and then an outline of Parmentergate Court is shown on this drawing here. The view below is the reverse of that, so you've got Parmentergate Court in that location, then you've got a gap where you've got the existing hard surfacing of the car park, then the podium where the building would be sited, and the Union Building on the far right hand side. And then a view looking from the north. You wouldn't ordinarily see that view because the Union Building is kind of in front, it would be in the foreground, but that's the view immediately from the back of the Union Building with the side elevation of the proposed building, Tudor Hall on the right-hand side, and then finally the south elevation. You can see outline of the Union building in the background, and you can just make out the proposed building behind the trees there. And then a closer look at the actual building itself. So it's a fairly simple construction, a warehouse type building with a pitched roof that would be enclosed or surrounded by double stacked rows of shipping containers, which kind of forms part of the applicant's proposal. The shipping containers, as I said earlier, would likely contain a number of food vendors that would operate within the building. And moving on to some photographs then of the actual site itself. So that's the view from Rose Lane, looking towards what would be the main visitor entrance off, which is called Bolton Street. That's Tudor Hall, which is the listed building, and on the left-hand side of the image is the Union building, which is in office use, with the rooftop gardens bar at the top. Immediately in the foreground there, it's worth pointing out there is also Conisford Court, which is a residential block of flats on the opposite side of Rose Lane. And then a closer look at the actual access itself. As I say, Tudor Hall on the right-hand side. There are residential properties in there on the upper storey and at the rear, not at the front of the building. Then we've got the office building of the Union building on the left-hand side. The proposed building would be roughly where the cursor is, just in the foreground of those trees. And that's a view from within the site itself, looking in a northerly direction back towards the Union building and Rose Lane. And you can see that this area is raised up on a sort of concrete podium, and it's on that level that the building would be constructed as proposed. The Union building sits in the background in this location, and you can just make out the Tudor Hall pitch roof. That is a view roughly from where the building would be located, and you can see that's the western boundary, and you can see the Tudor Hall in the background. You can also see part of the Union building there, and the flats I referred to earlier, Conisford Court, which is, as I say, on the opposite side of Rose Lane. You can see part of that there. And then taken from a similar position, but looking at the other end of the Union building, and then you've got Imperial House, which is residential in that location. This concrete pad in front of you, in the foreground of the image, would be where the building would be sited. And then if you're looking east, you've got the buildings I've just described, and you've also got in this image the Rose Lane multi-storey car park, the new multi-storey car park in the background. The building would be constructed in the foreground of this image, if approved. And then if you just looking at the other end of the Rose Lane car park, it's kind of looking south-east, that photo, you can see a kind of a wooded tree line at the southern boundary of the actual application site. All of those trees would be retained as part of the proposal and protected. And a view looking south, roughly from this area where the building would be sited. Here you can see some of the residential properties to the south and west. You've got Parmenter Gate Court overlooking the site in that location there. And you've also got Murrells Court, which sits to the west of the application site. On the opposite side of this boundary, there is a footpath, which has been referred to in some of the submissions, that leads down to St John Street, which is where Parmenter Gate Court is located, and it leads up to Rose Lane and Bolton Street. I'll just briefly show you that location of that for your information. Yeah, so that pathway leads from this location here down in a southerly direction. You've got a community garden there, which is currently fenced off, unfortunately. But this pathway leads down to St John Street in that location. Yeah, and a view looking due west towards Merrill's Court, again for residential properties. Application site in the foreground, Tudor Hall on the right hand side of that image. And this is a view of the Mountergate site access, which, as I said, will be used for servicing, deliveries, waste collection, etc. And this next image is the other side of those gates, and it shows you the actual current access into the site, and the actual where the building is proposed is at the far end of that image, roughly where the cursor is. So, as I say, the application seeks a temporary planning permission for the building to house an indoor entertainment and leisure venue. The main issues are the principle of development, impacts on surrounding occupiers, and the heritage impacts on the conservation area and listed building. In terms of the principle, the site is allocated for mixed-use development, including office space and residential units in both the current Norwich Local Plan and also the emerging Greater Norwich Local Plan. However, it is envisaged that development is unlikely to come forward for this site until later in the plan period, which in the plan period runs to 2038. As a result, officers consider that a short-term interim use could be acceptable in principle. In addition to this, the site is within the identified city centre leisure area as part of the Norwich Local Plan. And within this area, hospitality uses such as this one proposed are considered acceptable in principle in accordance with local plan policy. The venue itself would not open later than 11 PM at night, and therefore it's not considered to be a late night activity, where the council has a late night activity zone concentrated around the Prince of Wales Road area. This would not be defined as a late night activity, therefore we wouldn't be looking to push it towards that that location. So for those reasons, and this is also set out in more detail within the report, the principle is considered acceptable. So we turn to look at the issues of heritage impacts and amenity impacts. So in terms of impacts on local amenity, a number of concerns have been raised by local residents about noise from the venue and disturbance from people coming and going, and it will be a venue where people could consume alcohol. So there's some concerns about issues to do with that. Now there's a couple of things to say. One is a noise impact assessment was submitted as part of the original application. Our environmental protection officer went through that carefully and made a number of recommendations as to how it needed to be improved and made more robust. The applicant has acted upon that. In addition to that, discussions have taken place with officers and the applicant, because I think as officers we did share some of the concerns that residents had about this in terms of the original application, which included a number of outdoor activities, as I said earlier. So following those discussions, the applicant decided to remove those outdoor activities from the proposal, and so as I say, it's all being concentrated within the building, which helps to deal with, from our point of view, deals with a large aspect of what we consider to be problematic in the first place. Following the consideration of the revised noise impact assessment, the Environmental Protection Officer is satisfied with the assessment that's been made and has recommended a number of conditions to help control the impacts of the proposal. They are set out on page 66 of the report, and it might be worth me just pointing out some of those, just to kind of give members a flavour of the level of condition that would be applied if approved. So, condition 4 relates to opening hours. It's proposed to restrict opening hours to between midday and 10:30 PM Sunday to Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday and Saturday it's proposed that opening hours would be between midday and 11 PM, and a condition is recommended to prevent opening outside of those times. Condition 5, we're recommending that a noise and venue management plan is prepared and drawn up in discussion with officers, and potentially the local police may get involved in that as well, so that we can control issues around people arriving the venue and leaving the venue. I have discussed with the applicant that we don't really want to see long queues of people forming on surrounding roads to get into this site. So, you know, so, and they've indicated that they would be looking to sort of operate it in a way that discouraged that, so you wouldn't have everybody all arriving at once, for example. You know, there's other measures that are likely to be included in that plan, such as site security and things like that. And the applicant has said that site security would be able to kind of monitor use of the adjacent footpath, which is one of the concerns of the local police. It's covered in the report. I won't go through all of these conditions, but some other ones there. So, condition 6, you know, a measure to sort of reduce any ensure anti-vibration measures are proposed for any equipment within the building. Condition 7, any machinery and plant would need to be properly insulated. Condition 8, no amplified noise outside the building. And condition 10, mechanical ventilation to be used, so you don't have open doors or windows to provide airflow. 11, the requirement for an inner lobby, so the doors don't open directly out to the outside world. There's an inner lobby to kind of help a double door system, so you know you've got some protection of sound there. Then a number of other conditions. 13 is quite a strong one because that would involve them putting a noise limiter within the venue, and if noise exceeded a certain level, which would be set by our own environmental protection team, then all their sound and audio equipment would automatically be shut off. So that's quite a powerful tool that can be used. In addition to that, condition 9, the full wording of that requires them to ensure certain levels are not breached at the nearest sensitive receptors. And also they will be required to provide full details of the construction of the building and the sound insulation measures necessary to achieve those levels. So some really robust conditions have been recommended by Environmental Protection Officer, but subject to those, he is satisfied that this would be an acceptable use. In terms of the impacts on heritage, as set out in the report, it is considered some harm would be caused to the setting of the adjacent listed building and more generally the conservation area due to the particular type of the building that's proposed. It is a fairly functional looking building, a warehouse type structure, but regard is had to, first of all, the benefits of the proposal, to increasing sort of vibrancy and vitality of the area, economic benefits in terms of drawing people to the city centre, making the city centre a more attractive place to visit, adding to the hospitality offer, and also creating job opportunities and opportunities for local food businesses and things like that to take part in the actual venue itself. So on that basis and on the basis that and I'll just bring up a slide that shows the building again. On that basis, and given that it would be a temporary permission and ultimately would be required to all be removed pending the delivery of the actual site allocation, it is considered that the heritage impacts would be acceptable when weighed against the benefits of the scheme as we see it. Moving on to some updates, quite a few updates for this one, which if you look at your update report, you'll be able to see. The first one is a fairly minor one in that the plans within the actual main report, if you look very closely, you'll see there's a shipping container roughly where the cursor is located, which was intended to be an upturned shipping container that was going to be basically used for signage and way marking. As officers, we didn't think that was particularly appropriate given it's so close to the listed building. So we have asked the applicant to remove that from the proposal, and they'll look at another form of signage, and they were very happy to remove that. But that is one of the changes that is shown on the slide there. Secondly, we have received some more correspondence since the committee report was published, and that is set out in correspondence received number 1. So there's a letter from a noise consultant on behalf of the objector, and it was critiquing the applicant's noise impact assessment. What we have done is we have had our Environmental Protection Officer look carefully at those comments, and the Environmental Protection Officer has addressed each of those comments, and it's all set out for you to read within the update sheet. The Environmental Protection Officer's response is all within italics underneath each point that has been made by the consultant. I won't go through those in detail at this point, but they are there for you to read, and ultimately the advice I've been given from the Environmental Protection Officer is that they don't change our assessment of the proposal. The conditions that have been recommended are very robust, and they deal with all of the points that have been made, and in other respects, the points that have been made in the critique have been sort of discounted by the Environmental Protection Officer, who considers the noise impact assessment to be reasonable. Then finally, well, 2 more things. One is another letter was received from an objector, which is set out there. That's number 2 on page 4 of the update sheet. They have raised some points, including that the housing blocks are occupied by people who live in social housing and have some of which have health problems. They're concerned about the impacts of the venue and noise from those. I think Parmenter Gate Court, I understand, is one of those that is all social housing. I think it's a Common Housing Trust block. They've made a point about the soundproof fencing. Don't think that's going to be adequate. Could the council go ahead and rehouse those that would be affected? And are we prepared to take action and shut it down if the impacts are shown to be far worse than what we envisage? I've set out the response there. As I've said, the impacts of noise has been considered incredibly carefully throughout this whole process. I've set out the reasons why we consider that to be acceptable. The fence isn't now in of itself intended to be relied on for sort of noise mitigation. I think it was more important when there were external stuff there, but now the sound mitigation will all be from within the building itself and controlled by conditions in relation to the construction of the building, noise levels, controls on audio equipment, and so on and so on. The issue to do with rehousing individuals is not really a planning matter that we can consider here today, but we do have powers to take enforcement action should that be necessary and should any of the conditions be breached. Final thing to say is that an additional condition is recommended on the advice of the Environmental Protection Officer, and that is just to control hours of servicing deliveries to between 7:30 in the morning and 6 p.m. In the evening, to sort of avoid that happening during antisocial hours, early hours of the morning, etc. Although, from speaking to the applicant, they envisage most deliveries would take place during the morning anyway, so I don't think that is likely to be a problem, but that will add an extra control on that. So, to conclude, the recommendation is to grant temporary planning permission for 12 months, and that would give the opportunity to review how things are going after the 12 months. You know, they would have to make a further planning application to extend it, and we could bring it back before members. But yeah, the recommendation, temporary planning permission for 12 months, subject to all of the conditions set out within the report, and in addition to the one on the update sheet, and the recommendation is to approve on that basis. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Rob. We have got 3 speakers on this, well, 4 speakers on this, and the first one is John Fuller. Thank you, John. And you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I represent and manage the residential block on Oxford Court, which is at Bolton Street, and you've seen from the photographs just quite how clearly the direct impact of this proposal would be. This would establish a noisy, unneighbourly dining and concert venue, and that's not covered in the material, the principal material on your committee. It's absolutely contrary to your policy. And we've heard it to be consistent with your previous deliberations on point 1, in the first agenda, that in forming a balance between site-specific policies and general development management policies, you must give priority to the site-specifics. And contrary to what I wouldn't like to be misled, The GNLP is at a very advanced stage. An extraordinary amount of weight should be given to it because it has passed the Regulation 19 stage, and CC4 is now enhanced to that thing. So there is no doubt about it. This is totally contrary to your policy. The main policy issues are ones of concern, and the activity of hundreds of people. The evening news now says 1,500. Traffic milling around, the inevitable noise of delivery vehicles, and so forth. At considerable expense, I have commissioned a technical report from a very highly respected local acoustic consultant. They provided 18 material reasons that remain unresolved. Most troubling for me is the only way the applicants got through the assessment process is by turning down all the bass. So you've got a concert venue that's going to sound like a 70s transistor radio. It's the only way they've been able to make stand. And even then, at these manipulated levels, there's no assurance that a metal-clad building, and of course there's no detail at all about what the insulation would look like, can be sufficiently soundproof to meet even the most permissive WN and UHO limits. They are clear. Only a brick-built structure will suffice. Our consultants highlight the inconsistency between the hours claimed in the application and their assessment over 12 units a year. The proposed hours of operation till 11 o'clock at night, right next to flats where youngsters are going to have to go to school on a Friday morning. This is wholly inappropriate, and especially for those without youngsters who want to have their windows open because they don't have air conditioning or they want to have fresh air at night. And of course, the consultants demolish entirely the suggestion that 300 people being disgorged all at once would just calmly walk up Cattle Market Street in a conga, talking quietly amongst themselves at low voice, because first of all, it's going to be late at night, and the applicant's own assessment is on the basis of children's voices, not adults' voices. I'm afraid it's not good. I've looked at the post-committee update, and I would observe to you that extreme and unnecessary reliance is placed on conditions. It is your job to assess these conditions. We now know that they've gone the wrong spectrum, and there's a condition about making sure that the full range of noise is assessed. And that in turn needs to say, well, how are we going to address the fabric of this building? None of this is dealt with. And if the only way, if you follow the recommendation, if the only way that the fabric can be dealt with is by building a car bunker, it's too late. Your job is to see, in my view, exactly what the full requirements and to challenge the developer to say how he's going to meet it. You cannot just leave it on trust. Therefore, it is in the interest of the applicant to ensure the fabric of the building is sufficiently able. No, it's in your interests and the interest of residents to ensure that the fabric is sufficiently robust. You cannot delegate this to a developer who's been somewhat economical with the truth on their analysis. This is contrary to policy, insufficient information has been provided, there's no confidence that restrictions can technically be made, and the disadvantages clearly outweigh any advantages. It's contrary to policy.
Thank you, John. Our second speaker is Councillor Ash Haynes, and Ash, you have 3 minutes again. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Driver. Again, I'll be objecting to this application. As submitted in the reports, the site allocation policy CC4 suggests this site should be for mixed use, office and residential with and it said the leisure uses should not dominate the development, and this is a leisure use development now. It's the sole development. This goes completely contrary to policy, and I cannot see why this council-owned site should be prioritised for this sort of development when it should be, as is in the plan for the site and the planning policy, should be prioritised for housing. So I am pleased that developers have taken some of the concerns into consideration since the initial plans have been proposed, such as the removal of that outside element, but I still think this is going to produce unacceptable noise for residents in the area. You could see from that presentation there just how many residential blocks there are in the area. They're dotted all around the site. It's not just one side of the site that we could move stuff away from. We could provide careful stuff to prevent the noise from reaching it. It's on all sides of that site. And as has also been said, several of the surrounding blocks house residents who are vulnerable, elderly people, people with disabilities, people who do not feel confident coming to this planning committee to state their case. So they've asked us to come and state it for them. And this area may be city centre. I've heard that a lot, or they chose to live in the city centre. Well, it's social housing. Some of these people cannot choose where they live. And it's outside the late night economy zone. It's a primarily residential area. And although the development is not designated as a late night development officially, it's a completely different type of development to what you'd normally expect in a residential area as a leisure use. You'd expect a pub, you'd expect a cafe that perhaps serves into 11 o'clock at night. You would not expect a concert venue. There's already a significant problem in the surrounding area with noise and antisocial behaviour. There's been recent articles in the press on the subject. And I have concerns about noise from people entering and leaving the site, as well as the noise generated by the use of the site itself. Some of this centres on the community garden site, the problems we've had in the area. The police have raised concerns about that area, and specifically about the alleyway, as you can see up there, that runs between the two. Originally, the developer said they would take on the community garden site as part of it, develop it for community use so that people could come to that site without having to spend money. Now that seems to have been dropped, and I'm concerned about this acting as a magnet. I said the police have echoed these concerns in their report. I can't see how an application can go ahead for an entertainment venue on this site without resolving the issues around the noise, the community garden, and the entry and exit to the site. So it's past the Grade 2 listed building with residential properties in it. It will come out onto the street, other residential properties. The site security at the minute cannot necessarily control this. I do support the additional condition regarding the delivery hours, but just also want to raise a quick concern that the delivery should take into account the school run times at Charles Darwin Primary next door. It's already extremely busy there with cars at that time of day, and there are lots of young primary and nursery age children. Thank you, and we're out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Ben Price? You have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think nobody in the city is against seeing the city evolve and develop new entertainment and improve the entertainment in the city, the offer, and to have people spend more time in the city and spend more money and job creation. But this is a highly residential site. I'm not sure if the committee had an ability to go and see the site, but it is extremely quiet, surrounded on housing on 3 sides. 20 years the site has been left redundant, 20 years that it has been very, very quiet. It's ridiculous that we've actually got to this stage with the application. I can't believe that we are here today considering it. There have been numerous amounts of residents that have contacted us as councillors, and whenever it's been discussed, it's been universally disliked. The noise impact is absolutely unacceptable. The noise impact report that put together, unfortunately, it's just not up to it. Looking at ground level noises when we've got built 3 or 4 stories, voice levels of children, this is ridiculous. Again, you're going to have people exposed to amplified music, where there's a deafening process, and then they're going to be leaving the building, and because you can't hear, your voice is naturally elevated. The fact that the Norwich City Council owns this site, and as far as I believe have recommended this site, I think and then is now going to decide as a planning body, shows that there's a massive conflict of interest, and I would not be surprised if the Minister called in an approval of this because of the conflict of interest. So this is a concert building that you're looking to build right next to residential houses. What made this site interesting and unique has been removed, and rightly so. There is buildings like the open space, which could perfectly accommodate this kind of enterprise, so this could be delivered. The eyesore of using shipping containers to view that outside your window. This is not Shoreditch, this is Norwich, and so we welcome to see positive entertainment coming, but it's going to impact on noise primarily. I mean, we've got families, we've got vulnerable tenants. We're going to have light pollution issues. We've got the issue around antisocial behaviour. We've seen that linked with the consumption of alcohol. We see that in the area, and this will only create more problems in that kind of King Street area, St Anne's Quarter area. We don't need to be compounding the situation. So I think it's quite clear. It's an interesting idea, completely in the wrong place on a council-owned site. So we need to get on. We need to develop this site for NRL and get the housing that's needed. It's a residential-led development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have the applicant here, Stephen. Is it?
Thank you very much.
You have 6 minutes.
Apologies from our chairman, Paul Gregg, who was taken poorly and has asked me to stand in for him at the last moment. We've been working as a team with our various partners for over a year on this development, and a huge amount of time and effort has gone into it. In terms of our vision, it's very much to create a great experience for everyone in Norwich, and very much at the heart of that is a total inclusivity and accessibility to this particular premises for everybody to make use of. It's very much about providing a first-class food and beverage experience and a first-class entertainment, both live and recorded entertainment experience, including an opportunity for local young talent to have their first opportunity to perform on stage, to DJ. Also, as has been mentioned earlier, the job creation, we estimate approximately 200 jobs will be created, which one would imagine are very badly needed, not only in Norwich, but as in the rest of the country. There will be the obvious boost to the local economy. There will be the revitalising of this area, as has been mentioned, that has been laid dormant for the last 20 years. We very much want to work as a partnership with all of the various stakeholders, and indeed one of my colleagues who himself is a local resident would be here today. Unfortunately, he is working for us in Saudi Arabia. He has met with some of the local residents to actually listen to their concerns, particularly with regards to noise. And it is very much our intention to want to be good neighbours. Now, I've listened very carefully to the comments that have been made this morning. I was only handed these documents late last night, but I've read all of the documents, and all I can say to you is from our perspective, we have every intention of working with every stakeholder to ensure that this development is a success. And I've read those recommendations, those conditions, and I can give you our assurance that we will abide to the letter of every single condition. In terms of the noise actuation, as you've already mentioned, there is a lobby that has been provided so that when those doors are open, there should be no noise bleed from the venue. The noise will be contained within the venue. I've spoken to the architect last night, who's assured me that additional soundproofing will be added, and I'm sure that all of those specifications can be shared with people to give the assurance that you need that the noise will be contained within the venue. In addition to that, again, as has been mentioned, physical security will be in place in order to ensure that noise levels will be kept to a minimum, both as people enter the venue and exit the venue. We have no interest in being poor neighbours. There's no interest. Why? Why would we want to be poor neighbours? We want to be working with all of the community to make sure this is a success for everybody. This is what the community needs. It needs leisure. It needs entertainment. There are so many positives in this. And I personally can see very, very few negatives, if any. I've read with great interest, the council's comments on all of these, and it seems to me that the council is very much largely supportive, as indeed are the local press. I'm minded to have read the Evening News article over the weekend that is incredibly supportive of our scheme. So, I'm here to further listen, to take any questions, and as I say, I'm sorry that our chairman was unable to be here today. But I don't want to sort of just, continue to sort of repeat what I've said, but those are the key points that I wish to make. But I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Did any planner wish to come in and comment on anything that's been said so far?
Yes, please. Just a few things I picked up. With regards to Mr. Fuller's statement, as I said, I've covered why we think it is acceptable in principle, and I think Councillor Haynes made the same point about it being contrary to the site allocation. Yes, we would agree it's not the same as what the site is being allocated for in terms of a permanent long-term use, and if this was a permanent proposal, we would be saying the same thing. But for the reasons I've set out, it's a temporary use, and therefore, providing we condition it as such, it won't conflict with delivering the long-term policy objective for this site, so we don't see that as a reason to refuse. With regards to the points made about the modelling within the noise impact assessment, there are some valid points that have been made within Mr. Fuller's critique that was carried out by a qualified noise assessor, is the advice I've been given from our Environmental Protection Officer. However, the conditions that are being recommended here today are so robust and the noise levels are so strict that it kind of overrides those issues really, because they will have to comply with very strict noise levels at the nearest sensitive receptors, which will comply with all relevant guidance on that. So the conditions that we're recommending, including that we will require them to submit all details of the building construction and sound insulation prior to the building being constructed, and we will get the Environmental Protection Officer to check all that carefully and make sure it's okay before we discharge that condition. So that, we've got a full range of conditions there that will keep this under control, is the advice that I've been given. A couple of other points. Yes, reference has been made to people coming and going from the site. That is more difficult to control. We recognise there will be some impacts from that on the local area, but however, this is a city centre site. There's already probably quite a degree of activity at night on Rose Lane, for example. There are a number of other entertainment hospitality venues within very easy walking distance of this site. So, it's not unheard of within this city centre location to have some impacts from people coming and going, and in general, having weighed this with all the other pros and cons of the proposal, we think that will be acceptable. But there's also a management plan that we will require to kind of, mitigate those impacts as much as possible. With regards to the community gardens, it doesn't form part of this proposal, but the applicant has indicated a willingness to kind of look to see what they can do to support bringing that back into use. But that's not something that we can control, and it's not something that's actually part of this proposal. With regards to what Councillor Price said, yes, the current noise environment is incredibly quiet. It is a vacant site, although it has had some interim uses over time, car parking and storage. But I think, I would say the fact it's been vacant for 20 years and we've got somebody who actually wants to make use of this site and bring an activity onto it is a positive thing. And also it could help to deter some of the antisocial behaviour that currently happens with people breaking into the site and breaking into the toilet block that's on there and using the site for antisocial activities. I think having an operator that's actually occupying the site, actively managing it and an active use there can be actually positive in terms of issues to do with antisocial behaviour. So I think that's all the points of response I wanted to make, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Move on to questions. David, if you want to come in first.
I'm just going to come back on a couple of things. The use of conditions to secure the kind of control that we're talking about is not particularly unusual. I mean, in the comments that I think were circulated by Mr. Fuller, at least on one occasion, his own noise consultant suggested that various things should be controlled by condition. The noise insulation for the building can't change the appearance, the external appearance of the building. It needs to be provided within the fabric of the existing building, so it will still have the external appearance that you've been shown on the slides. Just a point that I think was wrong in one of the things that Mr. Fuller said, that is the weight that can be attached to the GNLP. Even though it has been through the Reg 19 stage, there are still objections to it, and as I said previous item, those changes could still be made. So that the weight is limited at this point in time. That's slightly irrelevant under this application because it's still CC4 that is the policy that guides development, and for the reasons because of the temporary period of this permission, as Rob has said, we don't believe that that actually conflicts with the ability to deliver the allocated scheme, but it does provide for a meanwhile use whilst the land is brought forward. It might also be worth mentioning, I don't know whether we've got a slide that would show this, that CC4 is a much bigger site than just this one particular site. It covers the land of the Premier Inn and the car park to the rear of it, so that it's as well as all the land between this site and the Premier Inn. So it's quite a big site. This is a relatively small part of it, but it's mainly its temporary nature that we believe makes it acceptable under these circumstances.
Councillor questions to the officers. Thank you.
So I'm always a little bit baffled when we talk about noise reports. So I'd like to understand the process, which I'm not. So they do take background noise measurements, and then they do modelling of what noise would be expected from that venue. Is that right?
Yes, that is basically correct, and they have done that with this site. They have been out to site and taken measurements of those background noise levels. Yeah.
Then the models they've run are, as we learn, pretty inadequate because they are modelled on children. I don't understand. I mean, I can't believe we're again in the position where we can't properly model the noise we're expecting. And surely, but anyways, but that's not neither here nor there. So now we're asked to. Clearly, the noise modelling wasn't really adequate. There's lots of uncertainty around it, and the answer we're given is that that's not a problem because we will condition the specific noise spectrums and levels. Is that right?
Not quite. Broadly, we are happy with the noise modelling that's been carried out. Well, my colleague, who's the expert on it in the environmental protection team, is satisfied with the level of detail within the report and the techniques they've used and the methodologies they've used. He does recognise that some of the points that have been made in the critique that's been done have some merit to them, but what he said to me is that noise impact assessments there's different ways of approaching the subject of noise. There's different sort of measurements you can take, there's different modelling techniques you can use, and there's different guidance that you can apply. We're satisfied that the applicant has used best practice guidance, for the vast majority of the report. There's one or two areas which my understanding is you can have a debate about whether something should have been included or not. But as I say, on those points, my colleague tells me that it doesn't really matter because the conditions are going to be so robust that they won't be able to breach those noise levels at the locations of the nearest residential properties, and if they do, we will be able to take enforcement action.
Okay, so let's move on to that. How long does it on average take from a problem to occur to enforcement action to actually change anything? Because if we rely on that, I mean, I don't know, I've had various experiences with planning enforcement, which is incredibly frustrating. So if we rely on that on a 12-month period, I mean, how successful would that be in actually not making these 12 months pretty difficult for residents?
We have a number of powers available to us as a planning enforcement authority. One of those would be to be able to use a stop notice if there's an immediate impact on amenity which is unacceptable, so an immediate impact on residential amenity. We can serve both a temporary stop notice but also a permanent stop notice that would prevent them from operating, and it would be a criminal offence to breach that. So those are things that we can do at very short notice if we needed to, and I suspect this might be an instance where we would do that if there was significant harm being caused to neighbouring occupiers through noise. But yeah, so that there are some pretty powerful tools that we have at our disposal there.
My final question is, where is that in the licensing process?
Sorry, yeah, I'm going to just come back to that. I mean, generally speaking, we prioritise our enforcement work so that we give high highest priority to those cases which are directly affecting the living conditions of residents. So if there was an issue with any breach of this, then it would be high up on our priority list. Also, I think one of the measures proposed is probably more effective, provided it's set up right. It is more effective than actually our planning powers. Is the noise limiter, which effectively trip the controls to the amplified music if it exceeds certain levels, and that's probably the most powerful condition that could be attached. Yeah, so and there's also a breach of condition notice which we could serve almost immediately, and there's no right of appeal against that as well.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question on recommendation 13, which is, no, not 13, I tell a lie, 15, external lighting details. When you get the information in on that, is it just for the bit at the top of actually going through the plans, or is this for the entrance coming in to the venue and going all the way up that alleyway? Because members of the public will be able to go all the way up and come out of Montegate as well. So will there be lighting along there? And what lighting will we be recommending? Because we don't want lighting to get in the way of residents as well, or shining through their windows, but we want to light it up, so no one get mugged or anything, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so we're primarily, that's concerned with lighting of the actual application site itself and the actual...
So not the whole site, just that piece?
It's not looking at putting lighting necessarily in the alleyway or outside on the public highway. It's basically it's external lighting on the building and access routes within the site. And that, we would look at the light levels and we can get, normally we would expect to see a report or some specification provided showing us what those light levels were and making sure they wouldn't impinge on surrounding residents.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Maxwell.
I think Councillor Sands was before me.
Councillor Sands, don't mind.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are a little bit varied, really. First question, can we see the slide where the building is shown in blue again, please? My first question is there any reason why, given the space there is there, that couldn't be moved about 15 metres closer towards Rose Lane and about 5 metres closer to the office building, separating it further from residential development? And my next question is, I'm guessing this is the main structure of the building is some sort of industrial building, and my experience of those is you've got two choices: single skin steel walls or roof, or a laminate where you've got two layers of steel separated by a polyurethane layer, which, as well as acting as heat insulation, would also have a noise attenuation effect. So I'd like to know the construction of the building. And third question, I was picking someone up from the theatre on Friday, the one out on Theatre Street, that is. That finished at 10 o'clock. Everyone came out, soon dispersed and went home. Given the opening hours proposed, should they be perhaps more in line with an entertainment venue like the theatre rather than nightclubs in Prince of Wales Street or wherever they are?
Thank you. So the first point about could they have moved the building further away from residential properties, it's the reason they've chosen to put it where it is because in that location, I should have pointed this out earlier, there's a building which houses some public toilets that's not used at the moment. They're intending to use that toilet block to service this venue. You'd be able to enter it through the building. So that is a physical barrier to kind of moving it in to the west in this direction. The other thing is that, as I said before, and as I showed on the photographs, this area is up on a kind of raised platform, so it kind of makes it difficult to move it too far to the south. So I think they're the main reasons why it's been sited in that location.
And then to the north.
To the north, there's not much space there to move it to the north. It's
Isn't there also a ramp to the north as well?
yes. I'm just see if I can get there. I don't know if I've got the photo I wanted, but yeah, I mean, cut a long story short, there's a sort of a service access behind this fence, and there isn't really a great deal of space to move it much further to the north, and even if you did, you'd start to impinge on, you know, the conditions, working conditions for people in the union building. I think you'd start to get too close to that, which could affect daylight levels coming in and things like that. It may have an impact in terms of noise as well. So, to be honest, I think this is, I have looked at this, but I think this is probably about the best place they can put it. We wouldn't really want it down on the lower level, closer to Parliamentary Court, and I don't think you would want it any closer to the union building because it's quite a significant size structure as it is. Yeah, there's second point. Well, as has been said, we don't know the exact construction of the building yet. It may be a two-layer system would be appropriate. We are going to have a condition that will control those materials and make sure that the insulation is what it needs to be to keep the noise levels at the level that's been set by environmental protection. So we will control that by condition. Thirdly, the opening hours. We have spoken with the applicant, asking them what they want in terms of that. They proposed closing at 10:30 Sunday to Wednesday, and closing at 11 Thursday through to Saturday. We consider that to be acceptable, and it's kind of in line with other similar sort of venues. But you know, if members felt that they wished to have slightly more control there, or you know, propose something a little bit different, that is an option available. But we're kind of happy with the hours that have been set out in the report. I think that's all of the points.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask who decided just for 9 months? Was it the applicant, or is this something that we've put on this?
Well, within the application, they applied for 9 months, but I think we considered that 12 months would be reasonable and a kind of more sort of standard time period to allow. So that's where that's come from.
And is that renewable?
If they wanted to renew it, they would have to apply for a further planning permission.
But do you consider that is feasible?
Potentially. My understanding is that if it's successful, they would look to extend it for a further period of time. You know, I think it is feasible because I think the impact of the proposal can be managed and will be acceptable. That's why we're recommending that. And therefore, if it was to operate in accordance with how we've set out and how we envisaged, then it is feasible that it could be extended for a further period, but we would need to consider that carefully and make sure it didn't conflict with bringing the site forward for its ultimate local plan allocation development of kind of residential and office-led mixed-use development.
Thank you.
And can I just add to that? There's probably about 3 reasons for making it temporary. First of all, as Robert said, it manages the potential conflict that a long-term permission or a permanent permission would have with a development plan. There's monitoring the effectiveness of the conditions. And the third one is the acceptability of the development in terms of the impact on the conservation area, because it's not, there is some harm arising from what it physically looks like, but we've taken the view that that harm is mitigated by the fact it's not going to be there permanently. and it can be relatively easily removed.
Councillor Giles?
Thank you, Chair. I apologise for not being au fait with all of the technical language when it comes to acoustics. I wondered if, perhaps in layman's terms, as much as possible, you could explain to us how effective these shipping containers have been when they've been used in for other music venues in attenuating sound.
I'm not a noise expert, and we haven't had a huge amount of these, proposed within the city, so I can't really comment on that. What I can say is to reiterate that we will require all details of the sound insulation that's going to be proposed, and we will make sure that that is robust enough to make sure that they meet the noise levels that they're going to be required to meet. So ultimately, we are imposing conditions that require them to keep noise within set levels. So if they do that, regardless of what they constructed the building out of, if they breach those levels, we would be able to take enforcement action against them. So that's how we address that point, really. But yeah, we will also look to get details of the sound insulation to make sure it's broadly what we would expect to see and what my colleague in environmental protection would expect to see. So.
Councillor Birdline.
So I understand that none of this surrounding outside area is going to be used, is that right? And where do people go to smoke? Is that something that has been discussed?
Yeah, so that is on the plan, and there is a small smoking shelter in that location there. Sorry. Yeah, just in that location there is a small smoking shelter proposed. Now, I did think to myself that this could be, a cause of disturbance because people congregating outside, speaking in high voices and things like that, loud voices. So I've spoken to the applicant about this, and what we've said is that within the management plan, could you agree that, they wouldn't be able to drink outside at that smoking shelter? It would literally be a place for people to duck out of the building and have a quick cigarette, go back inside. It wouldn't be an area where people would congregate and be used for outside drinking. So that's one of the things that we'll be looking for in the management plan to sort of keep that under control. Yes, you're right that there's no other outside activities proposed. There shouldn't be any other areas where the public are congregating or sort of spending time outside.
Councillor Carroll?
Thank you. Yes, I can't see anything in relation to noise and construction, because I would have thought that moving metal shipping containers around and erecting a metal hangar would be pretty noisy. And also coming and going of construction lorries. Also, I'm a bit surprised to not see very much really not very much assessment from the Environmental Protection Officer. Online, the officer posted some comments and questions in July, and then followed some superseded noise assessment reports in August and October. But there's no, within the report, the Environmental Protection Officer's comments are really very brief. They're at paragraph 48, I think. And I feel there's no assessment of those two subsequent noise assessment reports, and very much a reliance on conditions, and then thereafter a reliance on enforcement. From my own experience in my ward from small pubs, enforcement, comings and goings and noise is a really big issue, and getting enforcement is very lengthy. And so I have a lot of concerns.
Yeah, I mean, on the issue of construction and disturbance from that, we do have a standard informative that we apply, but if members considered that they wanted to do this, we could recommend a further condition seeking a construction management plan, which I think would be reasonable. So that could be added to the recommendation. It's a fairly standard condition so that we can control those impacts and make sure that you know, it's not happening during unsociable hours and things like that. Sorry, what was the other point about the? From the point of view of Environmental Protection Officer comments, I agree. There's no kind of detailed analysis within that, particularly with regards to the second representation. But I can assure you, Councillor, that I have had lengthy discussions with my colleague during this application process, and he has very carefully considered these impacts, and we have considered the different types of impact that could arise from this proposal, and that's why he has tailored this sort of set of conditions very carefully to that, and so he considers that it is acceptable on the basis of all these conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll now move on to discussions. Councillor Stupy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Referring to noise, we hear about noise in the licensing committee regularly, and we know that the guidelines allow for some noise. So this venue, unless you can tell me otherwise, this venue will be emitting some noise, and presumably the locals, if they have their windows open, they will still be able to hear noise from this, unless of course you can tell me otherwise. And also I've got a question relating to the potential objection from the police. How much weighting do we need to give to that, please?
Yeah, so with regards to some noise can still be emitted, that's correct, because the guidelines that exist allow for a certain level of noise which is considered to be acceptable to the human ear and wouldn't cause harm. So it's possible that there may be some very slight noise that would be audible, and there would be some noise coming from people, you know, arriving at the venue and leaving the venue. I think that is inevitable. But what we're saying is that we think those can be kept to within acceptable levels for this location. With regards to the response from the police, yes, the police have said that they have some concerns about the footpath that runs alongside the site, and they have said that they think that this development may have some impact on local police resourcing. Now clearly that is an important consideration. However, discussions with the police that I've had, I think they are more reassured that when they've seen all of the conditions that we are recommending would apply if this was approved. We're also inviting them to have the opportunity to kind of feed into the site management plan that is recommended if this is approved. So we are doing our best to kind of work with the local police, and we don't think that ultimately the issue they've raised is significant enough to warrant refusal of the application. I think it's probably the key point, and we would prefer to try to work with them and then work with all the relevant authorities to kind of deal with any issues that arise and try and make this actual development work.
Just to add to that, I think Rob alluded to it earlier, one of the things that we would like to include in the site management plan is that the security staff from the site actually do kind of walk round the local area, and in particular that path. And whilst they've got no powers outside of the site, that would at least act as some form of visual deterrent.
Okay, we're now going to move on. You've got a question, Councillor Maxwell? Thank you.
Just looking at, I can't read, it's too small. The top there, is that where the outdoor bars are, upstairs on the top?
So there's no outdoor bars, it's all inside.
It's all inside now,
Yeah.
not the rooftop ones?
Oh, sorry.
No, not of this though.
No,
is that's
yeah,
yeah.
Rooftop Gardens bar is on top of that building there.
That's there. So
Yeah.
and that's open air, and that's open till 11 o'clock at night. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sains.
I wasn't going to ask another question, and I'm certain that this has already been accounted for, but paragraph 19 on page 58, in the extremely high
specialist advisors on that point, they don't think that this access is likely to be particularly vulnerable to a vehicle attack, just because it's a 90-degree sort of angle from the main Rose Lane. Having said that, they've sort of said that it may be necessary, so that's why we've added this condition to get more information about that and make sure that the applicant puts in some place, or the council puts in some barriers if required. In terms of actual emergency procedures, should there be some other kind of terrorist attack, God forbid that happening, it would be likely there would be some sort of alarm system which would require people to sort of vacate as soon as possible. In terms of where they would congregate, that sort of information would be within the management plan. So I don't have that detail yet, but I would expect to see that within the management plan.
Thank you. We then move on to discussion. Before we do that, I'll move the recommendation. The recommendation is to approve. We've got a second for that. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Any discussion on this? Yes, Councillor Thomas.
Yeah, I think the overarching theme is it's temporary. It's a temporary event. It's not competing against housing. It's not either or. We're not saying it's not going to be for housing, and that for me is the key thing. And the deciding factor about the noise, well, the proof is going to be in the pudding. We can say all we want here, and we can doubt any assessments and modelling, but if the noise levels don't reach or are below the levels that are acceptable, we would expect to see action. Simple as that. But it's for a site that's been derelict for 20 years, I'd minded to actually vote for this. It is temporary. If it doesn't fulfil its function or meet the requirements or the regulations, so be it. We will act accordingly, I would assume. But to use a redundant site, pretty good. But it's not excluding future use as housing.
Councillor Stupey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just referring to a comment that Councillor Price made earlier about the vote on this. This is a quasi-judicial panel, and we will all be making objective. Is there a problem?
Yeah, you're not quasi-judicial. This is the planning application system has an administrative role in applying planning consent.
Thank you for correcting me. Okay, the principle is the same, but we are still, as a committee, able to make judgments subjectively, just as we will when it comes to licensing as well later. So that is if this is approved today, but I'm finding this difficult actually to make a decision on, because I am aware, and we hear about noise a lot in that licensing committee. The open air rooftop gardens is subject to a number of complaints, although we haven't had a review yet. There are a number of conditions that can be added if it comes to licensing, and also a review that could happen quite quickly. So on the one hand, I'm concerned about noise and have full sympathy with those residents that are objecting to this, and on the other hand, it could work okay, subject to proper management. The main concern for me is the police issue with the people arriving and leaving, especially leaving late at night. And unusually for me, I'm going to abstain on this one.
Thanks for Bergeron.
So my main concern is around people coming, leaving and smoking, and especially the coming and leaving, while we might have more enforcement powers around what happens inside the site. From my experience, that is very, very difficult to do anything about, because when that becomes a problem, we'll be told the applicant has got no powers of what people do when they come and leave. But we've got powers to stop these things being built and opened in clearly very quiet residential areas. So I think, we have to be aware that while we might be able to stop any breach of the music inside, everything that happens around it, and we're speaking hundreds and hundreds of people coming and going through that narrow bottleneck, and then either going through that narrow bottleneck or down the path into kind of that very quiet residential area. So I'm very concerned about that. I am also concerned about the smoking area. Again, if it is a good step to say you can't bring your drinks outside, but there's potentially quite a high turnover in smokers there, so that concerns me as well. I personally wouldn't, yes, it's right next to a residential area, it does concern me. I'm generally very unhappy about not having the information that I make a decision based on. So the lack of assessment of the noise report is something that I find very concerning, that's not in front of us, or the public protection officer here to discuss it with. So on the basis of these things, I will be voting against it.
Councillor Lovick first.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that the applicant has been working with our officers for over a year on this, and obviously a huge amount of effort and expense has gone into arriving at the report, and all the expense of the of actually sort of the noise assessment. But I think I don't think I want to be part of an experiment, as it were, to see how this goes for a year. I appreciate there's many, many people living around that are in residential properties, and I think, if the last 2 years has taught us anything, it's that people do value the ability to have a sanctuary, a place where they can live their lives quietly, and noise is one of those issues that really does get to people. And it's the lateness. People need peace and quiet throughout the day and the evening, and not just when it stops at 11 when they can go to bed. They need it at all times. And we've already heard the case officer say that there is noise on Rose Lane because of the being in the late night activity zone. And the police saying the antisocial behaviour does penetrate down Bolton Street and down to St John's. So I think knowing that there's already the issue of noise in the area, that there's already antisocial behaviour, the idea of 300 people leaving the venue altogether is no matter what sort of management plan you have, it's inevitable that there's going to be noise and disturbance, and whether or not that results in antisocial behaviour, who knows. But I just think that it's not suitable. We have lots of venues. We have the Theatre Royal, we have the Playhouse, we have the Waterfront, we have the UCL at UEA. We have lots of places for live music, so it's not as if Norwich doesn't have live music. And they're better suited because they are buildings of such that contain the noise. And I think the eyesore of all these containers in this area, I don't think it's worthy of the area. And we really should get on and make this a priority for housing. We own the land, let's get on with it. So I'm loath to sort of vote against it, because I know what the efforts that have gone into it, and it may well be a success, but I just don't want to be part of that experiment, and I want to give those people who live around the area peace of mind. And I think this was very similar to the St Mary's Works one that we had, and certainly I voted against that idea. So I have to be consistent with my approach, so I will be voting against.
David, do you want to say something?
It's just something that was prompted by Councillor Bogerline's comment, that if members do think that there's additional information or additional analysis that they need before making a decision on this application, another option rather than refusing the application is to defer consideration, so that we can get the Environmental Protection Officer here answer some of the comments. I mean, we did ask that if he was available, but unfortunately he had other commitments and wasn't available to attend this meeting. If members think it is effectively essential that he is present in order that they can make a decision, another option rather than a refusal is to defer the item, and the committee effectively requires him to be here to make himself available. That's another option.
Councillor Maxwell.
Well, I speak from experience because I live in the city. St Mary's work I can hear at night, and I'm further into the city. And I think what you're suggesting, and I propose that we put it to the vote, is to call in this chap and see if it's a man, and take some more advice from them. But I do know already, because I've got a friend I stay with on King Street, it's very, very, very noisy around there at night, and that's, all there already at the weekend.
I mean, if you think having the Environmental Protection Officer here isn't going to make any difference to your decision, then in fairness to the applicant, you should make a decision today. But if you think there's a chance that you might be persuaded otherwise by being able to ask him some questions and him defending his responses, then, as I say, it is an option to defer.
Councillor Charles.
I'm unclear on how I vote due to the lack of written information, the lack of availability of the relevant officer here to answer the questions I think we need answering. So I would favour David's suggestion that's been proposed by Marilyn. So if that's seconding that, then I'm happy to do that.
It looks like we're going to adjourn this and bring it back. Well, I'm just saying before, I would have voted in favour of this. I think it's in the right area and it's only for 9 months. I mean, it's right next door to the Tudor Hall, which used to be the Festival House or whatever you want to call it, nightclub open up to 3 o'clock in the morning, crowds come over there all the time. One of the biggest entertainment places in the city, Wills Lane, everyone used to be there. The police know what Wills Lane is like. They're going to go, oh my God, there's 30 or 100 people coming up the road and panic. I mean, they have to put more resources into it. It's not to the City Council to put resources into the police force and stop us putting buildings up or stop the entertainment. This is a different authority. I believe that would have been okay for the 9 months, and if we do get the same person in, I think it'll be fine. But same as Councillor Bergline, having a good smokers outside talking too loud is a bit much, I think, but to turn something down.
Sorry, Chair. If members are minded to defer, it would probably be best that they consider that first before we go on with the debate, because otherwise members may be predetermining themselves for further information.
I think everyone's gone for the debate, but the recommendation was deferred by the planner.
It hasn't been formally moved or seconded. It has been discussed, and the 2 members are supportive of it. If that wants to be, that it really is up to members whether, but if you're thinking about deferring, then you'd have to consider it now. But as
okay, Councillor Johnson.
I'll formally move it because I think too many people are.
Is there a second? Councillor Maxwell. Well, then we'll move on to discussion on the referral back. Councillor Stewart.
Yes, I think actually I'm in favour of bringing back our expert on this because we haven't had a chance, because this whole thing is about noise. The whole decision we're making is about noise and amenity for the local area. So I think actually speaking with the environmental protection and learning more about the sound issues and how they can be mitigated will benefit the committee significantly, actually, and especially me. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Sands.
I was certainly finely balanced on this, and I think I was broadly in favour of going ahead, but I think deferral is possibly a good option. It's also the opportunity to find out about the actual construction of the building itself, which I feel will contribute to noise attenuation in itself, which was one of my first questions, if you remember.
Okay. Can someone explain, do we go through the whole procedure again, or just talk about the noise bit when we come back? Oh, good. Glad of that. Okay, all those in favour of, we refer this and bring it back, please show.
It's a recorded vote, Chair, so I'll take names. Councillor Peake in favour, Councillor Giles, Councillor Bogeline, Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Carlow, Councillor Champion, Councillor Stukeley, Councillor Sands, Councillor Thomas.
And those against, please show.
Councillors Lubbock and Councillor Driver.
Thank you. So it's been agreed to refer this back. Can we just apologise to everyone who turned up who wants to take it today? This will come back. I don't know when or how long that'll take. Thank you.
Chair, may I suggest this might be possible site visit? We may benefit from a site visit on this particular occasion.
No one ever been down there? And you never seen it?
I've seen it.
I don't mind. What the plans think? That's just no space. Do anyone want to go down and see it with the planners? No? Should we take a quick vote? All those in favour of going down there, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm using the castle vote, so we're not going. Okay, thank you. Well, that's right, anyone can walk down there and get in here. Okay, thank you very much.
Just to point out to people that Councillor Everett had to leave during that item. Thank you.
Can I suggest we have a quick break? Because we have to escort people out in.
Yeah, I just need to make sure.
Everyone all right for 15 minutes? Thank you. report. Thank you, Jacob.
Is that working? Hear me all right? Thank you, Chair. Today we're looking at application 2100646F at the property known as Fieldgate, which is located on Town Close Road. As you can see, the application is for the remodelling of the existing bungalow in order to provide rooms in the roof space, in addition to the upwards extension of the western wing of the property adjacent to Orwell Road, and the addition of a detached garage to the front of the property. Just before we start, I'll give you some brief context on this application. This particular application was originally for a much larger scheme, which involved the removal and replacement of the existing dwelling. The scheme has since been substantially revised and can now be more accurately described as extensions and alterations to the existing property. So, the property is located on Town Close Road, which is a relatively quiet residential street that connects Ipswich Road to the east and, I think I got that right, yeah, to the east and Newmarket Road to the west. Property is located within the Newmarket Road Conservation Area and sits adjacent to the listed buildings at number 12 and 13 Town Close Road. Property is bordered by Orwell Road to the west and can be seen from this small road that runs adjacent to number 12 Town Close Road and the backs of these properties on Ipswich Road. The area is generally of a leafy and spacious character. Many of the properties within the immediate surroundings of the plot here are of historical significance, typically sort of Georgian-style townhouses, detached or semi-detached. Many of the surrounding properties within the wider Town Close estate are statutorily listed. So the application refers to a detached mid to late 20th century bungalow, which is constructed in the historic plot of number 13 Town Close Road. The plot appears to have been subdivided sometime in the 1950s. So just walk you through the site photos to give you a proper feel for the site and the existing building. This photo shows a view of the property from Town Close Road, standing on the opposite side of the street. So you can see the property is bordered by thick vegetation, which largely shields the existing building from public views, barring the view directly in front of the gate. Continuing around the western boundary of the property, you can see that this vegetation continues around the boundary of the property and along Orwell Road on the western boundary. And this is just a view of the same boundary looking back towards Town Close Road. As you can see, the property is largely obscured from public viewpoints along this boundary. So this photo is back on Town Close Road, looking eastwards down Town Close Road towards the property. This long property that dominates the frame of the picture is the adjacent listed building at numbers 12 and 13 Town Close Road. You can see the chimney and ridgeline of Fieldgate beyond this building, but again this is for the most part obscured by mature trees and planting along the boundaries. And this is the last sort of major view of Fieldgate from any public viewpoints, from the small private road adjacent to number 12 Town Close Road. You can see the eastern wing of the Fieldgate building running alongside the garden of number 13 here. Moving on to the building itself, you can see that it's a architecturally unremarkable residential dwelling constructed in the mid to late 20th century. Although the property is technically a bungalow, it is quite unusual in its height. The sort of steep pitch of the roof is almost 6 metres tall at the ridgeline. The property has quite a large footprint and it essentially fills the entire width of the plot, barring access to the rear of the property on either side. This photo here shows the relationship of Fieldgate to the neighbouring property at number 13 Town Close Road. You can see that it's significantly lower in height than the neighbouring property and set slightly forward of the building line. There's a distance of approximately 8 metres between the two properties, these two walls of the properties, not including the recent side story extension to number 13 Town Close Road. And this photo just emphasises the distance of the property from the road. Here's a view standing in the existing front porch of the property, looking back towards Town Close Road. This distance is approximately 20 metres. Moving on to the rear of the property, this is a view from the rear boundary of the back garden. You can see that this eastern part of the property sticks out significantly further than the western part here, and is dominated by a large single-storey gable-ended wing. And here is just a view of the side of this sort of eastern wing of the property. You can see how far it comes out from the main rear elevation of the property. And finally, just to give you another perspective on the size of the plot, here's a view from the rear of the existing conservatory, looking towards the rear of the plot. Behind these mature trees on the boundary, you can see the side and front elevations of number 1 Orwell Road to the south. So, moving on to the proposals themselves. The existing plans showcase the scale and footprint of the existing dwelling. The tallest parts of this existing building are approximately 5.9 metres at the ridge here, and this part of the roof has an eaves height of 2.4 metres. The highest point of this existing garage structure is approximately 5 metres. In terms of the existing and proposed site plans, they only feature relatively minor alterations to the footprint, such as the removal of the rear conservatory here. The most notable difference in the footprint is the addition of a single-storey garage to the front of the property here. So moving on to the proposed plans, you can see the remodelling results in fairly significant aesthetic changes to the property. Perhaps most prominently, the proposal involves the raising of the roof of the existing garage here on the western part of the property to create additional rooms at first floor level. This involves raising the eaves and the ridge of the gable by around 2.5 metres to a height of 7.5 metres at the ridge line and 5 metres at the eaves. This element would run for 11 metres along the western boundary, and 4 windows would be added to this side elevation. Additionally, it's proposed to replace the existing garage doors with this small bay window to the front elevation. The existing link between the garage structure and the rest of the property would be replaced by this double-glazed, double-storey section. The existing link section is approximately 5 metres tall, so the height of this element would be raised to approximately 5.8 metres. The glazed element would provide the main front entrance to the property here. There are no other alterations to the height of the property, but there are some sort of notable aesthetic changes. To the front, it's proposed to replace the 2 existing bay windows with 3 windows here, which would be mirrored by 3 dormer windows in the roof space. All existing windows on the southeast elevation would be filled in, barring this one existing window at the end. The existing patio doors on the eastern wing would be replaced with this large arched window within the gable. There are a number of small alterations to the roof form and rear elevation of the property, such as the addition of a small dormer window in the roof slope at the eastern wing. The glazed link section would continue to the rear of the property, and finally a large arched window would be installed on the double-storey element of the western part of the property, separated here by the floor divisions. And lastly, we'll just go through the plans for the garage. It's proposed to construct a double garage with a pitched roof, 5.7 metres forward at the front of the property. This would have a footprint of 6.5 metres by 5.6 metres, and a height at the highest point of the pitch of 5 metres. A number of issues have been raised by objectors and are summarised in the report. These issues can be broken down as largely relating to design and heritage impact and amenity impact. So we'll start with design and heritage. In terms of design impact, we can break this down further into sort of general design points, impact on the neighbouring listed buildings, and impact on the wider conservation area. The most significant alterations are the raising of the existing garage to create the double-storey element to the west. This element would be raised approximately to a height of 7.4 metres, which is significantly lower than that of the neighbouring listed building at 13 Town Close Road, which has a height of 9.3 metres at the highest point. Although this change does increase the mass of the western part of the property, it is mitigated in design terms by this glazed link section that connects it to the remainder of the property. This section reduces the visual bulk of the property when viewed from the front and rear elevations, as well as offering a high quality element of visual interest to the property. In addition, there are notable improvements to the design quality of the property, such as the provision of more proportionate windows to the front and the significant improvement in quality of materials compared to the existing building. In terms of impact on the adjacent listed buildings, the only alteration identified that could be considered to alter the existing relationship between the buildings is the raising of the western part of the property here. This element of the proposal is still significantly lower than the neighbouring property and is located at a distance of approximately 23 metres away when viewed from the front elevation. As such, it's considered that there is a limited impact on the significance of the listed property, as the subservient relationship of Fieldgate to the listed property is not significantly altered by this change. In terms of impact on the wider conservation area, it's considered that the design improvements lead to a more cohesive building with a higher degree of visual interest. The additional height is still relatively low in comparison to other buildings in the area, and overall the works are considered as an enhancement to the existing building. It's also noted that the site is substantially screened and views from public spaces are limited, as we've seen from the site photos. Regardless, where the building will become more visible, such as in views along Orwell Road, looking from here, and views along Town Close Road, it will be largely the roof forms which are more prominent, which will be constructed of slate, which is entirely in keeping with the prevailing materials of the area. The value of the existing screening is recognised, and we are proposing to request a full screening plan by condition. The applicant has provided these section details which show the visibility of the proposal from the street scene, subject to additional planting. So with all these points considered, it's concluded that the proposal has an acceptable impact from a design and heritage standpoint due to both the scale of the development and its relationship to the wider context. And just for reference, I'm going to show you the plans for a scheme that was previously granted consent in 2014 for development on this site. As you can see, we've previously approved significant extensions to this property, in which the entire ridgeline was raised to 7.6 metres, which is 0.2 metres taller than the highest part of the current proposal. And just to note as well, both this application and an application in 2012 have previously granted permission for double garages of a similar design, scale and location to that which is proposed. The second main issue to consider with this application is the amenity impact. Again, for clarity, I'm going to break this down into impact on the immediately adjacent 13 Town Close Road and impact on other surrounding properties. In terms of impact on 13 Town Close Road, the revised scheme features no alterations to the existing footprint or height of the building along the neighbouring boundary here, and therefore is not considered to impact upon the amenity of this property. In terms of impact on the amenity of other properties, some objections have been raised relating to the introduction of glazed sections to the rear of the property, for instance, increasing overlook into the side-facing windows at number 1 Orwell Road, and also increasing glare from the glazing. I'll just say there are 3 mature trees here on the rear boundary which provide a large degree of screening between the properties, even during the winter months when there are no leaves on the trees. In addition, the only first floor level glazing featured in the proposal is located on this western element of the property, which is upwards of 50 metres from the closest window at 1 Orwell Road on the side elevation here. These 2 factors ensure that we do not consider this as an amenity issue. Regardless of this, the applicant has agreed to provide additional screening to the rear of the property just forward of these mature trees, which will be controlled by the proposed screening plan required by recommended condition 4. All other amenity issues that were raised by objectors are detailed in full in the committee report. Just to go through the updates received, firstly, the updates report corrects 3 sort of typos in the initial report, small mistakes. The updates report also identifies that we have since received 2 additional written representations, but it's not considered that these representations raise any issues that are not already covered substantially in the committee report. The updates do include details of the additional planting plan that has been submitted by the applicant, addressing concerns regarding screening to the property and overlook into the rear that have been raised by neighbours. The proposed plans do appear to offer an acceptable level of screening to all boundaries of the plot, but I would note that the acceptability of the planting plan has not yet been fully assessed with the relevant consultees, so it's still considered appropriate to require full details of this by condition, again, as per recommended condition 4. So, in summary, this application has been referred to the committee due to objections. I don't know what's happened there. Oh, is it not? So, bear with me. The application has been referred to the committee due to objections to a minor application. It is concluded that the impact on design, heritage and amenity-related issues is acceptable in accordance with the local plan and the National Planning Policy Framework. So the recommendation is to approve with the following conditions within the standard time limit, in accordance with plans, full details of the materials to be provided and full details of planting and screening plan. There are also a couple of recommended informative notes that have come from discussions with highways that relate to works to the vehicle crossover to the front. And that's me done.
Thank you, Jacob, for that. We have got 3 speakers, or at least 2 anyway. I've got Jonathan Sissons and James Fireplace.
Chair, Jonathan Sissons was unable to wait.
Okay.
So Mr. Farbrace, James Farbrace will be speaking on behalf of constituents.
Okay, so you're allowed to go first and you've got 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. I speak on behalf of 21 objectors from the immediate local community. Every single household we contacted was against this proposal, and we wish to re-emphasise 3 points. Firstly, planners are obliged by law to be consistent with previous judgments which become material considerations on similar subsequent applications. This ensures matters are decided in a like manner and helps secure public confidence in the planning process. In 2015, the planning officer for 1A Town Close Road, diagonally opposite this site, was faced with the same situation of replacing an existing bungalow, or adding an extension in fact. She wrote thus, and I'm quoting, "The application has received a number of objections and I've had an extensive chat with the conservation officer who is not happy with the design and impact of the conservation on the conservation area and neighbouring listed buildings. The single-storey section appears acceptable since it will not have any great visual impact. It is the first floor extension which will change the character and dominance of the building and will harm the surroundings. As it stands, I'll be looking to recommend that the application be refused." A single-storey building of these dimensions would be acceptable. The application was then withdrawn. A single-storey flat-roofed plan was submitted, approved, and has now been built. By virtue of its size and the lack of significant windows overlooking the street, this is a good example of an appropriate modern replacement building that is discreet in its heritage setting and does not harm the character of the street. The proposal in front of you is very different. What's proposed is significantly larger and now on 2 stories. In spite of the prominence of the 1A issue to date, it was the big issue in our joint letter to the council. At no point in the approval document that you have in front of you is this more recent and more relevant precedent addressed. Rather, an approval is quoted, the one you saw, which is over 7 years old and, crucially, before the existing Norwich local plan and the tightening of DM9 heritage provisions. Secondly, the use of excess glass. You saw the pictures at the back, dominating the south-facing elevation, is commented on by many objectors. This is most unsympathetic in this heritage setting. The planting plan, which we understand will become a condition of approval, does mitigate this, but this screening does not address the fundamentals of an inappropriate house for this site. Thirdly, the new building should not be compared with the twin buildings of number 12 and 13 next door, as the Fieldgate plot, and you can see it from the diagram shown, has less than 2/3 of this frontage. It's not like for like at all. We request either this application is refused by the planning committee as inappropriate in the setting of listed buildings, or that a site visit is organised so that you can see for yourselves the issues raised here. Norwich is a fine city. Unspoilt Town Close Road is a truly unique part of that rich heritage. There are a few other examples. Let's keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. We have the agent here, and you have the applicant to speak. 3 minutes? 3 minutes as well, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking the members for the opportunity to speak about this application. My name is Tony Prendergast, and I'm the owner of Philgate and the applicant here today. I bought the property 4 years ago after a very long search with the dream of moving to Norwich with a property that was close to where my daughter currently goes to school. At present, my daughter commutes daily from Lowestoft, which is not ideal for us, but we're looking forward to that dream being realised. I acknowledge that my previous applications were ambitious, and I believe we have learned from these negative results to put the application we have here today. We recognised that the most important consideration was the setting of the building with regard to the adjacent list of buildings, and it sits within the conservation area. This scheme has been developed in close collaboration with the planning officers to make sure the design maximises opportunities to preserve the significance of the heritage assets that are in town close, and has been developed with engaging proactively with the planners after the last refusal. I would like to thank them for their advice on the matter and help with this proposed application. We believe we have fulfilled the requirements for a successful scheme identified by the Conservation Officer, and indeed the conclusion comments from the Conservation Officer in his report states that the proposal is considered to improve the quality of the existing built form. The proposed scheme also offers more cohesion and interest in the overall design, resulting in more aesthetically pleasing scheme that is presently there. The scale of the development ensures that there is acceptable impact on the setting adjacent listed buildings and the wider conservation area. The report also states that as long as high quality materials and appropriate screening are used in the build process, this will lessen any small impacts on the location. I'm happy for any condition to be put in place to ensure complete compliance with screening and certain high quality materials and also green items. We intend to reduce gas and put in air source heat pumps to help the environment. I believe that we have worked hard to remodel the existing building, which I think you will agree is discordant with the prevailing character of the conservation area, to a property which is more in keeping with the setting. Given the facts and the property is an improvement and is more fit for the given location, with the planning officers recommending the current proposal for approval, I humbly ask that you approve this application. I would like to thank you again for this time and opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And did the agent want to speak or not? No, that's fine.
I'm just here to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jacob, did you want to come back on anything that's been said so far or not?
I'll just say that in terms of 1A Town Close Road, which is located further down Town Close Road, closer to Newmarket Road, is, sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing, up in this direction. The topography of the land is significantly higher than the Fieldgate site, which is pretty much consistent with the rest of the road. 1A Town Close Road, there are flaws in using it as precedent as it is in an elevated position, and is therefore sort of more prominent when viewed from the street scene.
Okay, thank you. Move on to questions. Any questions by any member? Now move on to discussions then. I'd just like to say I thought this was a not bad application really. I was a bit worried about the glass windows in there, and I sort of looked like a church to me up to a point, but that depends if you want to live in a church or not, so I'm not getting at people like that. But there is another one just down the road from you on Unfank Road, or Newmarket Road as you go out of the city. It's down there opposite Joseph Walk. That's got a big glass bit what actually put one on to the other. And I was looking at that the other night, and that actually looks quite good, so I'll be voting in favour of this application, so that's my bit. Councillor Lovett.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, before you start, I should have moved the the application is to approve, and I move that, seconded by Councillor Maxwell. Sorry about that, Councillor Lovett.
Yeah. Just to quote the Conservation Officer's comments, in paragraph 44, he says that the immediate surroundings of the site are characterised by a cohesive group of listed buildings, characterised by a shared architectural style and material palette. And then at the end he goes, he says, he notes that the existing building does, as such, it is considered that the insensitive development has potential to, insensitive development has the potential to disrupt the rhythm of the street scene, causing harm to the conservation area. The Conservation Officer notes that the existing building does this to some degree. So, I mean, I would say it does it to quite a lot of degree, because it is alien. The glass is alien to that conservation area. You're talking about one in another conservation area, and that might not be so alien, but the actual design, I feel, is very alien to this area, and well, I think it will be improved by the fact that they're going to use light bricks, which the rest of the area has. I think the mistake was allowing a bungalow in the first place, but that goes back a long time. But I do feel that, you know, it grates a bit, because you don't see any other properties in that area that have this sort of double glazed part, and I'm just a bit disappointed that it couldn't be more in keeping with the area. And I think the saving factor is that it will be completely screened by the existing trees and the existing planting. And so, you know, and the double garage in front of the building, you don't find that elsewhere. It may have been a previous application allowed it, but you don't find it elsewhere in that area. So, I mean, from the point of view of design, I'm really disappointed with it, but it will be screened.
Just a point of clarification in that part of the committee report that you quoted, that final sentence, the conservation notes that the existing building does this to some degree. So they're talking about the fact that the existing building is not currently in keeping. Just to clarify that point.
Which is your point, why grant it in the first place? Yeah. Councillor Stooley?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is in my ward, and I've also spoken to almost everybody on the street that I have done, and I haven't found anybody that's in favour of this particular project. And the people there take the heritage of the area very seriously, and I think that this does have an effect on that. Following up from Councillor Lovett's point, I think the design of this, it doesn't improve particularly on what is there. It's better than what was in previous applications that were refused, but it doesn't improve on it. And I think it makes and the fact that it's so much larger also has a greater impact on the heritage and amenity in the area. So I think on balance, I know this is a difficult site, and the applicant has a tricky job to try and find something that fits here. But I think in design terms and heritage terms, I'm going to vote against this. And it is basically on that. I'm sure there is something that we can do with this site, that can be done with this site, that actually fits and is acceptable to everybody in the area. Because I don't think the principle of development is what is the problem. It's what it looks like and the impact that it will have on a heritage and conservation area that the people in the area are very proud of and very protective of.
That's a good one.
I'm also not a fan particularly of the garage. I don't know why we have to do that, and we have to plonk garages in front of houses. And if it wasn't screened, I think we would have to have a closer look at building lines and things like that. But I think the saving grace is that it's completely screened, by hedges, the garage, if I understand that correctly. Yeah. Actually, that leads me to a question that I forgot to ask, which is, in terms of the screening, are we able to put any conditions on? I know there's like planting conditions. How long that screening need to be upheld around? Yeah. Is there any guarantees around that?
So firstly, the property is in a conservation area, and for that reason, any planting on the site is protected by virtue of that. But further to that, any planting that was proposed by the screening plan would be required to be protected for a period of 5 years, at which point it is considered to be established enough to not require ongoing sort of maintenance. And it would be at that point that any significant trees or anything would also be protected by conservation area.
Can I just ask another question on here? You talk about cutting this gas and stuff and one of these heaters, undersoil heaters or whatever it is. Is that good for that area? Well, I didn't know about back up a conservation area. I mean, that just seems weird.
That's not part of this current proposal, so we can't really consider it as
So
material.
it's not in the plans to do?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I think it's a suggestion from the applicant. There's ways in which the site could be more eco-friendly, but it's not part of this proposal.
Mr. Stevens?
Just for clarity, during the winter months, screening to this site, particularly the higher levels of the newer higher levels of this site, will be limited somewhat by leaves being absent from trees. So actually screening to what is the most objectionable part of the scheme will be limited through for a number of months.
Okay. There's no more discussion when those taken to vote. Those in favour of the recommendation to approve, please show.
Chair, it is recorded vote, so please keep hands up until I call your names. So those voting in favour of approval are Councillors Peake, Councillor Giles, Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Sands, Councillor Thomas and Councillor Driver.
Those against, please show.
Those voting against are Councillor Carlow, Lubbock and Stukely.
And abstentions?
Abstentions are Councillors Bowline and Councillor Champion.
Thank you very much for that. It's been approved. Thank you. Can I thank everyone for their patience today?